Welcome. I am so excited that you're here because what you're about to watch, most other companies charge thousands of dollars for. Not one lesson, not a teaser. This is our complete beginner breathwork facilitation training, completely free. Why? Because I don't believe the fundamentals of helping people regulate their nervous system should be behind paid walls. Over this training, you're going to actually experience advanced levels of breathwork yourself, understand the science behind why it works, and then learn how to facilitate these experiences for other people. So whether your goal is to help yourself, your family, client, or you want to build an entire career around this work, we've got your back. One quick thing before we begin though, don't wait until the end. Right now, message us the word CERT, C-E-R-T, on Facebook Messenger. We'll get everything you need ready behind the scenes while you're watching it. The link is in the description. Now, let's get stuck into the training. All the modalities is our fastest path to hit the nervous system. Now, let's go central nervous system. Our central nervous system then has a capacity. Everyone's capacity is unique. This is like a thumbprint. Our capacity and our boundaries, these could be our emotional boundaries, it could be our mental boundaries, it can be our stress boundaries, but we all have boundaries. Our central nervous system's job is to navigate those boundaries. Now, a couple of pieces of data. Just type data in the chat. If somebody sleeps less than 6 hours in a night, that boundary decreases by about 60%, anywhere from 40 to 60% decreases. Our emotional body becomes more active. Our mental body, which is our logical body, becomes less active. So we're more emotionally responsive. So when we look just at sleep alone, let alone parenting, partners, careers, business starting, all of that during our day starts to decrease that zone. This is what would be called a comfort zone, a neurological boundary zone. Now, when we wake up after a good night's sleep, we drive that zone close to its max, right? So we wake up, and depending if you take 2 hours to wake up or you're fresh straight away, but notice like we're kind of, if we sleep well, we live life well, we breathe, we meditate in the morning, we're starting to set that up close to 80-90% of our capacity. Just let me know if that makes sense. Give me some yeses. During our day, that starts to deplete. There's a thing called willpower, and our willpower is stronger in the morning for most people, and then it slowly tapers off during the day, and then like 6 p.m., 8 p.m. You know what it's like? If you go to the gym in the morning, you can talk yourself into it. But if you go to the gym at 8 o'clock at night, it's many nights it's just like, screw it, I'll do it tomorrow. This is just our mental willpower, and it's always ebbing and flowing. Now, late gym sucks. So what happens here, right, is this is now the game of breath. With breath, we have the power, especially with breath and meditation, we have the power, number one, is if we have a poor night's sleep, we can expand what we've lost up to reclaiming about 80% of our capacity. Type 80 in the chat. That's massive. So think, if somebody sleeps less than 6 hours in a night, they're currently, I feel tired, I feel horrible. Just by doing one session of breath work, if you throw in transcendence, even better, we're starting to push that capacity back to 80% of what we're capable of. When we do this consistently over time, we start to expand it, we start to build on it. Now, when we look at sleep, breath work, and if you want to throw in transcendence, type transcendence if you're into transcendence, if you've done our transcendence or you're into it. When you look at those, what we're doing is we're maintaining that capacity. Now, by maintaining that capacity means that every day we can live at our max. We can be at our best for our children. We can be at our best for our partner. We can be at our best for our career. And we have the energy to kind of push the bar. You know straight away when you're not at your best because things start triggering you. Now, let's go breath work and stay with breath work. So breath work, we now have two ways of being able to expand and hold open our capacity. Type 2 in the chat. We have two ways. Way number one is through calming the system. So what happens is when we calm our system, when we're sitting there and we're relaxed and we calm our system, we bring this level of peace, of gratitude, of love, whatever you want to use there. Peace is the foundation of it, but we bring this level of peace and calm. So what happens is as we sit in that calm, we slowly start to ebb open when we calm it. So 4-4-6 breathing. Now, let's say somebody's experienced PTSD or they're experiencing PTSD, trauma, they've got heart issues, glaucoma, they have seizures. So let's say someone is in the realm where you can't activate the body and push the body into stress. Calming is the best form and the best way to keep that nervous system clear so then they can get better sleep. Does this make sense? calming, not where we're about to go, which is activation. Activation, on the other hand, is how we then activate the stress responses in the body. So if somebody is in a zone, and I'm not saying just for Dominic here, I'm not saying that anyone who does experience those issues, they can't do activation. What I'm saying is they want to be very careful here. So with activation, activation can now spike the nervous system. And what we do by spiking the nervous system, we can then stress open and stress response open that zone. Jennifer here. Jennifer would be one that has experience being able to go, cool, I've ebbed my way into spiking the nervous system, and now I can start to spike the nervous system so we can calm it, we can spike it to expand the capacity. Does that make sense? Give me some yeses. So spiking the nervous system would be something like breathing in the mouth for 2, out for 2. What we're doing there is we're increasing the stress response in the body. Now, again, the problem with hitting that stress response in the body is that can fire off the stress response of trauma. So I will say, for those, when we go here today, if you're anyone who, again, if you've recently experienced trauma, you're going through PTSD, CPTSD, get them out. If you have seizures, if you're pregnant, if you've got heart issues, be very careful with the activation, and it's something you can build upon slowly over time. Does that make sense? Just give me some yeses. Super quick one before we keep going. If you're sitting there thinking that this is exactly something that you would like to do and learn properly, don't wait until the end of the video. Just send us the message CERT, C-E-R-T, on Facebook Messenger. We'll unlock the rest of the certification journey, explain the next steps, all while you keep going through this training. The link is in the description. All right, let's get back into it. All right, so our goal here with breath is to be able to go, how can we expand and open up this nervous system so we can handle more in life? We can be more present, we can be more calm, we can be more present with our children, so we can be the best first. We can show our children how to be present for those children. Does this make sense? If we find that we're snapping and we're getting hit by triggers all the time, all day, every day, breath, fastest path to relax this. Alrighty. So today's technique, and then we'll dig into the science of it after. Today's technique we're going through is we're going to do 2 types of breathing. Type 2 in the chat. 2 types of breathing. 2 in the chat. First one is we're going to do 4-4-6 breathing. This is calm breathing. So 4-4-6 breathing is breathing in the nose for 4, holding for 4, out the mouth for 6. This is going to settle the body. We'll do this for about 5 minutes today. So we're just going to sit there. However, you could do this one laying down today as well. But we're just going to sit there and breathe in the nose for 4, hold for 4, and then out the mouth for 6. And what we're going to find is you're going to find that there's going to be a warmth over the body. We're bringing oxygen into the body here. We're calming the body. Then after we do that, we're going to enter our circular activation breathing. This is CAB. Type CAB in the chat. C-A-B. Circular activation breathing. And when we do that, we're going to do the foundation level. Tomorrow we'll go deeper and we'll open the whole thing. So today we're just going to do a round of breathing in the mouth for 2 seconds, out the mouth for 2 seconds. Now, how many people want to go all out? Type full if you want to go all out. And how many people are like, nah, maybe? Type a maybe. How many people want to go all out? Type full. And how many people are the maybes? Just, man, open it up. Be honest. It's totally cool. Full, full, full. Okay. So for those who want to go full out, right? I invite you in this session today. We're going to build this over the next 3 days. I invite you in this session to breathe in about 50 to 60% of your capacity. So if you're full capacity, we're talking like down stomach, chest, that's full capacity, go about 50% of it. So it's, now when we do our rounds are going to go for 60 seconds. So we're going to do that breathing for 60 seconds. Here's why 60. 60 seconds, it's going to be approximately about 30 breaths, anywhere from 20 to 30 breaths. That's enough to spike this CO2 response in the body. We'll talk about the CO2 afterwards, where we will create stress. We start to create this beautiful balance or imbalance in the body, where after we finish doing that 60-second round, you'll feel some warmth go through the body, and this is then the oxygen feeding the body. Beautiful process I'll talk about afterwards, because I don't want to destroy the experience here that you get to experience. How many people have done this, by the way, before?
Just give me a yes if you've done these versions of breathing. There's many styles like this. You've got holotropic breathing, you've got Wim Hof breathing. You got yeses, cool. Oh, perfect, cool. So we've got some pros in here. Nice. So we'll do a minute, then we'll just calm down for a bit, a minute or two. Then we'll do another minute, calm down for a minute or two, do another minute. So we're going to do 3 rounds. Type 3 in the chat. 3 in the chat. I'm going to do 3 rounds. Tomorrow, we'll then do breath holds. So we'll bring in breath holds around it as well. We'll do 3 rounds. And then afterwards, we'll calm again. So afterwards, we'll go back into 4-4-6 breathing, and then we'll just do another 5 minutes of 4-4-6 breathing just to center and relax the body. We got it? So that's our flow today. Our flow is we enter. So as a facilitator, we enter the session with relaxation. We then activate and we do a dance inside that. For us, we're doing cab breathing, 2 in the mouth, 2 out the mouth. It's mouth breathing. Got it? Mouth breathing. If you're like, it's too much doing the mouth breathing, just start breathing through the nose. So in the nose, out the mouth, in the nose, out the mouth. It's a different experience. It's not as stressful, but you find your dance there. And if anybody feels some form of something coming up for them, I just want to say this, whether it's a traumatic memory, whether it's PTSD, whatever it is that you're experiencing, just calm your breath. Does that make sense? If you're halfway through round 1 and you're like, oh, I'm going to stop for a minute, just back to 4 in the nose, hold for 4, out for 6. Hit me a yes in the chat if that makes sense. Hit in the chat. Does that make sense? Yeses. Nice. Beautiful. Yeses, yeses. Okay, cool. So that's it. Ready to do this? Let's do a round today, and then we'll hang out, we'll chat, and we'll go through how it all works. Fam, you've got the music. Just give me a message in the chat, team. We got the music for today. We'll do some calming, activation. Got it. Nice. Just slowly, I'm going to get my music going so I can hear. Slowly start playing some calming music. Got it, team. Thank you. Give the team some love, by the way. Man, they're just handling the back end, making it rain. Throw them up. Throw them up. This is how we clap. Throw them up. Pop, up, pop, pop. Thank you, team. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So just get comfortable where you are. Now, during this process, I invite you to be aware of what's happening in your body. Be aware of how you feel as you're going through it. Be aware of the spiking and how this experience for you flows in and out. Be aware of, I don't want to dig deep into the chemicals, but be aware of where that feeling is going. So you might feel it in your chest, in your legs, in your hands, maybe in your mind here at the neocortex pineal area, might be in the throat, back of the neck. Just be aware of what you feel as you go through this, because this is what your clients will be going through. And when you're ready, I invite you to sit there, lay there, however you like. When you're ready, slowly close your eyes. Become aware of your mind. I invite you to take a mental gauge on a scale of 1 to 10 of how mentally active your mind is and your emotions. Just take a mental note, scale of 1 to 10. And slowly breathe in the nose and out the nose. In this moment, finding a sense of just calm, safety, and peace. In a moment, we'll start our first round of breathing, which is in the nose, 4, holding for 4, and out for 6, breathing out the mouth. Starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Slowly breathe in the nose, 2, 3, 4. Hold, 2, 3, 4, and out the mouth, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. In the nose, 2, 2, 3, 4, and out the mouth. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. In, 2, 3, 4. Hold, 2, 3, 4, and out. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. In, hold, and out. In the nose, hold, and out. Then hold, 2, 3, 4, and out. In, hold, and out. Relaxing your mind and your body. Continue that breath now. In and hold and out. Continue that flow. Feeling your body relax. Feel the calm wash over your mind. Breathing slowly and deeply. As you breathe in, bring that breath down to the diaphragm, to your stomach. Hold it, and then out. Breathe slowly and gently. In the nose for 4, hold for 4, and then out the mouth 6. Feeling centered, feeling calm. Now in a moment, we'll start our next round, our next flow, which is our circular activation breathing. In a moment, just slowly start to awaken your mind. In a moment, we'll breathe in the mouth for 2, out the mouth for 2. We breathe in, push that breath down to the diaphragm and out. This is an awakening breathing. But feel free to be awake here. You can move as you go through it and let the music take you on the journey. Starting our first round in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. In the mouth. Out. In. Out. In. Out. In. Out. In. Out. In. Out. Take that breath in, down to the diaphragm, and out. In, down to the diaphragm, and out. Let it flow. Keep it going. In and out. Know your limit here. Breathe through this. If you yawn, you yawn. It's totally cool. Breathe through it. In, down to the diaphragm, and out. We're going for a minute. It's not long. Let's dance. Keep going. You want to breathe in 50%, breathe in 50. If you want to breathe in 20%, that's fine. Just take the breath. You're going to 60, 70%. Know your limit and find your dance. Let's go. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now take a deep breath in through the nose. A deep breath in through the nose. Push that breath down to the diaphragm. And slowly breathe out. Now close your eyes. Slowly breathe through the nose in and out. Be aware in this moment. Feel what you feel in the body. Be aware of the experience. Take this moment of presence. And experience the present of breath. Be aware of what you feel in your arms, your legs. Be aware of how your mind feels. Holding this moment. Slowly breathing in the nose and out. Enjoying this moment. You need to move. This is a chance where you can move. If you want to be able to just maybe move your neck, get comfortable. The cool thing about breath is breath is a dance. It's not just about silence. Sitting there, it's a dance of movement, moving the energy in the body. If in any moment you want to move, that's totally fine. There's no right or wrong way to do this. Slowly breathing. And in a moment, we're going to start our second round of circular activation breathing. Just start to awaken the body, feel the body become alive, prepare the body. And starting our second round in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. In the mouth. Out. In. Out. In. Out. In the mouth. Out. In the mouth. Out. In. Push the breath down to the diaphragm. Out. In, down to the diaphragm, and out. Breathe. Dance through it. Breathe through it. In the mouth. Out. Let it flow. Let it flow. You're halfway. Keep it up. Find your limit. Dance that limit. How deep do you breathe in? How much breath? Just find your dance. Let it flow. Keep it up. 15 seconds left. You've got this. Keep going. Breathe. In and out. In and out. And in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Take a deep breath in the nose. Deep breath in the nose. All the way in. Push that breath down to the diaphragm. Hold it. Hold it. And breathe out the mouth. Slowly now breathe through the nose. Being aware of this moment. Be aware of the presence. Be aware of the sensations in your body. Hold this moment of calm. Be aware of when your body comes back to baseline homeostasis. Aware of when you hit that level of neutral calm, maybe even peace. In a moment, start our third and final round. So this is our final round. Circular activation breathing. Start to waken up the body, waken up the mind, and know your limit here. Breathe to your limit. We're going for a minute. It's only a minute today. You've got this. Starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. In the mouth. Out. In, down to the diaphragm, and out. In, out. In, out. In, out. In, down to the diaphragm, and out. Breathe. Let that breath take you. Allow the music to take you on the journey. Keep going. You're about halfway. Breathe in and out. If you want to breathe, then move and breathe. Dance the dance. Keep it up. You're nearly there. Keep going. Keep going. You've got this. And in 5 seconds, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Take a deep breath in the nose. A deep breath in the nose. Push that breath down to the diaphragm, all the way down. And breathe out the mouth. Slowly now breathe through the nose. In and out. Experience this moment. Be aware of the sensation, the mind and the body. Be aware of the warmth. And I invite you to take a moment, just this moment, be aware of your mind and what you're experiencing. In a moment, we'll start our last round of 4-4-6 breathing. But we'll breathe in the nose for 4, hold for 4, and out for 6. This is where we bring the oxygen back into the body, back into your cell, into your mind. Starting in 3, 2, 1. Breathe in the nose, 2, 3, 4. Hold, 2, 3, 4. And out the mouth for 6, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6. In, 2, 3, 4. Hold, 2, 3, 4. And out the mouth for 6, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. In, hold, and out. Breathe in, hold, and out. Continue that breath for the next few moments. In, hold, and out. Feel the flow. And I invite you to take a moment to be aware now of how you feel in this moment. How is your mind? How's the activity in the mind on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being extremely active, and 1 being calm, peace, and your emotions, the feelings in your body, how are they on a scale of 1 to 10? When you're ready, slowly come back into this moment, being aware of your hands, your feet, your surroundings. Start to wiggle your fingers, wiggle your toes. As you open your eyes safely, let us know in the comments. How do you feel now after this session? Welcome back. Alrighty, fam, what we got? What we got? Pop them in the chat. How do we feel? Magic, great, beautiful. What do we got? Pop it in the chat. So relaxed and calm. Phenomenal. Completely chill. And let's do this, right? Very relaxed. Let's do a quick. Nice, still coming through. Beautiful, very relaxed. Top of head tingling. Oh, Michelle, beautiful stuff. Floated away. My mind floated somewhere else. Now, where did you start, right? So let's do some numbers, right? Where did you start at the start of the session? So when we did the gauge and we did the check-in, scale of 1 to 10, where were you at the start? Just pop your number in at the start. Actually, better yet, pause for a sec, pause. Let's do it all in one. Let's stick to normal, all in one. So at the start, so the first number you put in is the start of the session, and then hyphen next number. That's how you finished at the end. So start and finish in one chat. Wow, Jennifer, 8 to what was that? 8 to 3. Magic. Wow, that's why you keep coming back. Just keep pumping threes. Nice. Lisa 6 to 2. Nice. Serena 5 to 2. Beautiful. Wow. Susie 6 to 0. Are you here? Susie, where are you? Are you still here? 8 to 5. Beautiful. Nice little drop. 7 to 2. 6 to 3. Michelle, nice. Beautiful work, guys. Give yourself some hands. Beautiful stuff. I naturally have an active mind. Yeah, I hear you. I'm actually, Dominic, I'm excited, very excited to see how we go. We'll do it on the last day. We'll do a full round. So we'll do all the breathing, all the holds, and the transcendence. Have you done the transcendence yet, Dominic? Have you tried it yet? No? Okay, cool. Make sure you come on the last day. Last day, we'll do the whole kit. and we'll see how that fires for you. That'll be amazing. That'll be amazing. Good stuff. All right, so are we ready? Do you want some data? Ready to dig in some data? Let's talk about this. Are you ready to now go? What did the body go through? And why is this so powerful? I had to really drag myself back. Nice. Oh wow, beautiful. That's good to hear. Type data in the chat. We ready? Let's man, throw out the science. We'll throw out where the misconceptions are. What's true, what's just marketing. You can use it whatever you like, however you like. The world is your oyster, the world is your playground. I'm just going to give you the truth behind it all. So, what happens here, right, is when we're breathing, ready for, oh, this is my favorite part. When we're breathing, we go through a thing called the Bohr effect. And feel free, you can Google this, throw it into AI if you're into AI. Bohr effect, Bohr. Now, the Bohr effect is how oxygen is delivered to tissues, delivered to cells, delivered to the mind. Does that make sense? The Bohr effect is the process that we go through as humans, that when we breathe, how that breath feeds our body. Now, what happens is when we breathe, we take a breath in and we have like little cab drivers, little Uber drivers in our blood. And what that does is they take the oxygen and then they take and they transport the oxygen into our tissues, into our cells, into the mind. Hold it if that makes sense so far. This is the Bohr effect. Now, depending on the balance of CO2 in the body, carbon dioxide, and oxygen. So depending on that balance is then how the oxygen gets fed into the cells, into the tissues, into our mind. Does that make sense? Give me some yeses. We're going to hit a lot of yeses here. So we're breathing, and as we're breathing, the Uber drivers, they take the oxygen, they feed the oxygen through the body, they then get to the cells. Now, when they get to the cells, they get to the tissues, there's like a gate there. And that gate is governed by that balance of CO2 and oxygen. Now, when we're breathing 4-4-6 and we're breathing slowly and we have this beautiful balance of CO2, this beautiful balance of oxygen, those doors open and oxygen gets into the tissue, into the cells. Now, the power of when we do the 2-2 breathing, are you ready for this? Most people think, or a lot of people think and teach, that when we're doing this, circular activation breathing, that we're actually over oxygenating the body. Now, did anybody feel tingling in their hand and their feet and their legs, maybe the back of their neck, their mind, when you did did you feel pressure in the body? Give me some yeses. Do you feel that pressure? That pressure is the drop of CO2 in body. So you eliminate CO2 out of the body when you do this circular activation breathing. A lot of people teach you over oxygenate the body. It's actually the cells and the tissues not getting that. Now, have you ever seen someone when they're doing crazy breathing processes and they flinch up and this happens with their hands, they're like, and they start to shake? Anyone ever seen that? Type me, just break up the yeses, type me. It's already my face and my chest, Dominic, nice. Type me, cool. So that response is the body's natural chemical response to a low amount of CO2 in the body to then creating like a spasm in the muscles. That isn't an emotional release. That's not a resetting of a nervous system. That's a chemical reaction in the body. Does that make sense? Now give me some yeses. So don't be fooled when somebody starts shaking around that they're having this beautiful reset of their nervous system. It's not actually true. It's chemicals firing off in the body and the body takes over. Now, there is a discharge of energy, but what is not known is what that energy is. Does that make sense? To be very clear here. Now, what happens afterwards, though? This is now the magic. What happens afterwards is when you take that breath and you pause, you push the breath down to the diaphragm, and you slowly breathe again, you have a rapid balance of CO2 again. So the body floods with CO2 again. When you're doing that breathing, the Uber drivers have filled up with oxygen. So the blood is holding the oxygen. The oxygen isn't getting into the cells, into the mind, into the tissues. But then when you have that beautiful pause, did anybody feel the warmth? type W in the chat. After we did the breathing and you just slowly settled back into breath, did you feel this warmth flood the body? This warmth, right, is the CO2 rapidly building into the body back to a balance. The floodgates of those doors open, and then oxygen feeds into the cells, into the tissues, into the mind. Now, do you want to hear the crazy part? This is the cool part. When we do this breathing, we're actually alkalizing the blood. So the blood goes into this beautiful state of alkalosis. Oh, I said that wrong. And what happens there is when that blood gets into the tissues and the cells and the mind, guess what? We're starting to cleanse it. So remember how we said there's two ways of being able to calm and activate and expand the nervous system, our capacity. There's now you can see there's benefits in both. If we need to put oxygen into the brain, the best path is slow, calm breathing. But if we want to flood the system with this beautiful experience of alkalizing the blood and feeding that blood into and like flooding the cells and tissues, then activation is perfect, is beautiful. Does that make sense? Give me some yeses. That's the power of following the sequence. So we understand that the Bohr effect is how oxygen gets fed to the body, how oxygen gets fed to the cells, the tissues, the mind. We understand that when we do calm breathing, we flood oxygen into so calm breathing 4-4-6, we flood oxygen into the Uber drivers, and the Uber drivers just start taking that and feeding it to the brain and the body. So bit of data, most people don't breathe properly on the planet. Most people breathe too shallow, so they're breathing into the chest only, not down to the diaphragm. That's number one. Number two, a lot of people are mouth breathers. Anybody a mouth breather here? So you don't breathe as much through the nose, you breathe more through the mouth. We have a lot of mouth breathers. Now, when we're breathing through the nose and the mouth, this is more of the advanced stuff we do. But when we're breathing more through the mouth and the nose, we're not actually breathing and creating nitric oxide in the body, and among other things. And what that causes is the body to live in that stress response. Because guess what? When we're mouth breathing, we're always creating an imbalance of the CO2. Does that make sense? Just think of this as sports people, like when sports people play sports and they're hyperventilating through the mouth, they're running. You kind of want to get as quick as possible back to nose breathing because that's going to create the balance in the nervous system. Boxing, yes, Dominic, amazing. Like sports, martial arts, you'll find a lot of them now, they teach that when you're doing the training to train breathing through the nose. Now, the problem is when you breathe through the nose, it's harder to like take a full breath in the nose right now. You ready? 3, 2, 1, full breath in. And then out. You ready for this? Now take a full breath in the mouth. 3, 2, 1. See how quick that was for me to take that breath in through the mouth? It was like it's 2 seconds and I can fill my oxygen up. Where in the nose, it took like 4-5 seconds to get the full breath in. That's because we can't take as much oxygen in through the nose. It has to go through filters. It's a longer path. Does that make sense? So our natural response to stress, to when we're fatigued, is to breathe through the mouth because we can get more oxygen into the body. But when we're getting more oxygen into the body through the mouth, we're also creating that imbalance. So there's a dance that we need to play here and be aware of as we're facilitating breath, and that is nose breathing, mouth breathing, calm breathing, activation breathing. Especially when we do breath holds tomorrow, you'll find that when that breath hold is flooding oxygen into the body and flooding it into the cells. Pretty cool, right? So what we need to be aware of as a facilitator is number one, what breath technique are we using when? So when do we use calm breathing? When do we use activation breathing? If you're dealing with someone who they have a crazy bit. Oh, let's go one more step here. When you're dealing with someone who's got a crazy busy mind, Dominic, gonna point you out here, right? This crazy busy mind, and the mind is like, man, it's running 24/7. How many people are like this, by the way? I know I am. I could work until 10, turn my laptop off and fall asleep. I get it, the light exposure and everything, but I could literally wake up in the morning, straight into work. I could fall asleep. My body, I'm pretty wired most days. Now, for that person to find the calm. Remember how we said, how does our mind feel at the end of our session? How calm is our mind? Now, what happens if somebody is just doing calm breathing? Their mind can still be active. But the other benefit of doing the activation breathing, so I'm going to say for Dominic here, the other benefit of doing activation breathing is there's a point where that stress response of dropped CO2, stress response happening, the mind becomes transient. So for some people, by breathing slowly can create a more active mind. Why? Because you're bringing more oxygen to it. But when you start to starve the mind of the oxygen, the mind can start to go transient. This is where it starts to switch off. Think about our stress response. Most of our stress responses are caused by our default mode network. Default mode network is thinking of the future, anxiety, is something going to go right, wrong? I've got a to-do list. Is that email good, bad? Does that make sense? That's what the default mode network does. When we do our circular activation breathing, that mind switches off. Did anybody notice that, at the start, you're kind of thinking, I'm here, is my camera on? Am I being judged? Am I doing this properly? Is this going to work for me? Is it not going to work for me? But those thoughts are in the mind. Will I look like an idiot? Will I look like a pro? I don't know. Does this make sense? But then after we did the first one, you're more calm, you're more present. It's like, oh wow, the mind isn't as chattery. And then after the second one, it was a little bit deeper again, where it's like, oh, I'm now tasting peace. Just one, two, or three. At what point did you start to taste that moment where you just sat there and your mind was just quiet? One, two, or three. Pop it in the chat. So the first round, second round, or third round. So we've got first round for Serena straight away. Nice, Serena, you're pro. Two for, you're coming in too quick. Two very deep for Susie on the second round. Second round for Lisa. Second round for Michelle. First round for Jennifer. Dominic was the third round. Second round. I started pretty chill, to be honest. Serena, nice. So good. So good. Now, what we find there is usually by the second, third, and we're only doing 1 minute rounds, by the way. Like we're only breathing for 1 minute. When you start to breathe for 2 minutes, 90 seconds, it goes deeper, quicker. But what we find is the mind, when we hit activation breathing, it starts to become transient. So this is why having alkaline breathing, circular activation breathing in the middle of somewhere is really good. And especially for those who want to help people drop into transcendence. So transcendence, especially when we're like on our last day, we'll go through a mantra. You can use a mantra for those who haven't done it yet. But when you're doing transcendence, sometimes it's hard to sit there. And the mantra that we'll do on the last day is Yona. It's hard to sit there and just go Yona, 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 because the brain's like, screw this shit. I've got work, I've got kids, I've got 20 minutes, I've got 10 minutes to do this. Hurry up. That stress response is too high. Where if we breathe first and we literally crack open the doors of the mind into peace, it is 10 times easier to drop into transcendence. Does that make sense? Give me some yeses. That's the power of activation. So the power of activation is we can breathe now in a flow to lead someone into deep calm. Now, the other part of activation is activation, and what we want to be aware of is we don't want to trigger. I'm going to do this right. I'm going to probably there's levels that we get to. At level one, we don't want to activate someone into trauma where they're having a discharge of emotion. Why? Because if we haven't practiced enough to understand the difference between a traumatic response and a discharge of emotions, if we don't know what we're looking for there, it is too dangerous. Again, type million. Who wants to reach millions? Who wants, like, over the next 10 years wants to reach the hearts and minds of millions of people with what they do? Please type it in the chat. Millions. Like, you want to hit humanity. You want to help. You want to hit humanity. It's like slap them in the you want to help as much of humanity as possible. Millions, millions, millions. Beautiful. I'm seeing it, fam. Cool. Now, if you want to do that, one of your paths is most likely going to be running virtual sessions like this. So type V in the chat. Do you want to run virtual sessions, live sessions on social media eventually. Maybe not now, but eventually when you get good at this. Cool. One of the hard parts about doing that is like even here right now, half of the people don't have their camera on. So when we're running a session, I can't physically watch you. And more so is there's levels, and I will talk more about this tomorrow, but there's levels of change work. We've got breathing, we've got coaching, you've got the therapy side of it. And depending on what you're activating when, is depending how you like if I was sitting here with Danielle, Daniela in person. So I was sitting here with her over Zoom. I have more control over that environment than this Zoom room here. This Zoom room, if I was just doing it live on YouTube or Facebook, I have less control again because I can't even see people. Does this make sense? So, from a facilitation point of view, you want to make sure you're delivering what's applicable to each level of your audience, especially when you're trying to hit the masses. Now, we have millions of people see our content on social media. I don't have any control then because they're watching it when they're watching it, however they're watching it. Does this make sense? So when we're starting, it's best to start with the most simplest processes as possible to make sure you can help the masses. AKA, when you start, we'll go through this tomorrow. When you start, you will say, if anybody is pregnant, you have heart issues, you have epilepsy, it's something that we can trigger through this activation breathing. Don't do the activation breathing. Does this make sense? Now, we live in a world, and here's why. We live in a world where on social media, it's so easy to see someone just start convulsing and going through a shakeathon, right? Have you seen the videos at the moment on social media? They're doing breathing and then they, pretend that they've cracked open and they've reset this nervous system and they start shaking and they go through this convulgence of a release. The hard part about that, and mind you, we have processes that can help people do that. But the hard part about it, from a science point of view, science actually hasn't picked and tested enough what's actually happening to the brain and body in that moment. Does that make sense? So when they sit there and say it's an emotional release, when they sit there and they say it's a resetting of a nervous system, it's not true. Technically, if you look at the word resetting a nervous system, we never reset the nervous system. To reset the nervous system means to put it back to its original blueprint. That will never happen. Your nervous system is a byproduct of your emotions, of your thoughts, automatic thoughts, of your belief systems, of your value systems. That all sits in your nervous system. What we're doing in these moments, especially what we went through there, is we're bringing a sense of safety, of calm, and regulation to the nervous system. Does that make sense? We're just re-regulating the nervous system back to a state of safety. Now, do you want to know the problem with that? Type problem in the chat. Do you want to know the problem with that? The problem is that's not sexy when you market that. When you market, come and regulate yourself. It doesn't have the hit where when someone says come and reset your nervous system, it's like, oh, that sounds intriguing. Does that make sense? So number one is from a marketing point of view, it's going to get jammed out of there. And it's funny because I do see posts all the time from my buddies that do it. And you can do those processes and you can do them safely. We run $10,000 retreats where we can do pyramid work. The problem is if an emotional body isn't safe enough within itself yet to go there, it's now dangerous. Does this make sense? And for the most part, when you see someone doing those sessions are from someone who has been doing meditation, breath work for years. And they're a highly experienced person going through it. If you took Jan from your neighbor who has recently experienced trauma or something, didn't check it, and then put that person into that moment, that can be panic attack. Very bad. Does that make sense? Just to land that. So when we start to do the sexy enough for me, when we start to do the breathing of just know that there's limits. When you start to push 90 seconds, 2 minutes, 3 minutes of that breathing, that's where we're starting to put the body in such a stress response where the CO2 has dropped that much. We're now dancing that fine line. Hence, that's more advanced stuff. Does that make sense? Just give me some yeses. So 30 seconds, a minute, for most people, general people on the planet, most people won't trigger that response 30 seconds to a minute. Hence why this level, 30 seconds to a minute. Cool, we've got that. The next part is when we now look at transformation, who's more, I just want to put this out there, who's more focused on, love your approach, Susie, truly appreciate it. Who's more into the actual transformation over marketing and looking cool? So if you're into marketing and looking cool, just type M. If you're into the transformation, type T. M, T. What do we got? T. Okay, cool. Everyone probably a T here. Got it. T's, T, T, transformation, T. Got it. T, T. Nice. When you look at the actual transformation, doing one session of that one deep, massive hit will come back to a baseline of normal within a couple of days to a couple of weeks. Does that make sense? So for the people out there paying $500, $1,000 for that one session, their body, think about it. 2 weeks later, the kids walk through the door and they say, F you, mum, F you, dad. Their body is going straight back to those triggers, which is, what did you say? Walk in the door and the husband or the partner's like, why are you late? And they're like, get off my back. Those triggered responses, they will come back within a week, 2 weeks. Does that make sense? Because the emotional release there is only short-lived. Now, true transformation is continual work over a period of time. Data has shown 8 weeks is our rule of thumb. So in our advanced programs, 8 weeks is our baseline of what we would run a person through as a program. If we're looking at how many people, type B, how many people really want to work deep with the belief systems? So we want to calm the body, but we want to help people literally restructure the way they think and feel about the world. B. We're looking at 12-week blocks then. 12-week blocks, science is starting to show that 12 weeks is where we can not only just calm a nervous system, but actually start to rewire the perception that person has on the world. Now, when someone does that one session, the problem with breath, now breath is amazing, but breath isn't the entire answer. The problem with breath is the breath can crack open the body so quick, like you just experienced it then. It can crack open the body that quick into calm and presence that our understanding of what's happening doesn't exist. We don't know, when we're in these processes and when we bring in transcendence on our last day, you're going to feel such levels of peace, such levels of calm that when someone runs this, when you go and run this for your first session, people are going to be like, I haven't felt this safe and happy and peacefulness in my body for years. And they're going to cry from that. That's an emotional release of, oh, I feel at home again. Can you wait to get, that's what you bring to people. Now, the problem there is if they don't have the understanding and the mental understanding of what that is, we're not creating a completion of that cycle. Does this make sense? This is why the coaching is so important, because the coaching and the mental work, that it ties off the loop. Just like if somebody does the mental work, but they don't release the work in the body, guess what? They start the loop, but they don't complete the loop. Now, if you start, and these are going to be the coaches that make it over the next 10 years, is the ones who understand how to start loops, finish loops. That one somatic release is nowhere near a completion of a loop. It's just a massive thrown in the deep end of a start of a loop. Does that make sense? Just to be clear, because people can go out and do it, and it is awesome. The feeling's great, yet it is not the be and end all of the whole system, the sequence. Hence, consistency and time, period of time, it is. They get stuck in the roundabout. Yes. So this is where the problem with breathwork exists now. And I don't want to put too much negative on breathwork here, because remember, breathwork is the fastest path to impacting the nervous system. But the problem with breathwork is breathwork creates the loop of needing. It's like an addiction. I need a breathwork session to continually feel better, because we're not actually stabilizing and implementing that full stabilization in the body. Does that make sense? This is where the science of transcendence, of meditation, of now both breathwork and that together starts to create the loop of integrating stabilization. Just hands up, holla if that makes sense. That is the power of both activating the body, integrating into the self, activating the body and integrating. Shannon, we'll talk about it tomorrow. We'll talk about, we've got about 3 minutes left today. Tomorrow, we'll talk about how you can package this, your script. We'll go through the script. Do it all. Like meditation, need to do it regularly. Yeah. And this is like that we have, so in our advanced, I'll just say this, in our advanced trainings, we really heavily focus on, I call these the four power protocols. And one of them is not really a protocol, but I would still call it the power of the four. But these are scientific, the most powerful things on the planet for us to be able to use in order to, again, for me, it's about how do you help someone live at their optimum. If somebody wants to be a great parent and you'll help coaching them through being a great parent, part of that is we have to stop triggering our responses from our past trauma experiences, our past trauma triggers. How we do that is we create safety in the body, we create calm in the body, instantly less triggered. So the first part of the four is sleeping better, breathing in the mornings, breathing in the day, meditating, transcendence. Transcendence stabilizes the system so we sleep better, so we breathe better, so we're calmer more. It actually transcendence opens up the actual capacity of our boundaries so they get bigger and bigger. And yes, breath can do it too, but breath has this ability to come back and forth and ebb and flow, where if somebody did transcendence for 6 months, you ready for this? If they did transcendence every day for 6 months, and they expand that boundary from here to here, that's now their new boundary. If they stop doing transcendence, they still hold that boundary. Does that make sense? If they have a poor night's sleep and they sleep poorly for a night, they lose capacity, they go back to, though, that expanded boundary. That's the power of meditation and especially transcendence. But then we have one more, which is called non-sleep deep rest. Just type NSDR in the chat. There's one more protocol we use, NSDR, non-sleep deep rest. It's also known as Yoga Nidra. Non-sleep deep rest is the science version. Yoga Nidra is the spiritual. So if someone's a Christian and they're like, I never want to touch yoga in my life, that's totally cool. NSDR, if someone's more spiritual, you do both. Who cares? NSDR is then a deep body scan. So the depth of relaxation that an NSDR takes a person to is one of the deepest levels. Now, transcendence goes deep. They're a different depth. They're a different experience. Transcendence creates this beautiful clarity in the mind and body, so clear that when we exit it, we're fully focused, we're stabilized. Where yoga nidra drops so deep that we become so relaxed, we start to heal the body. Like we're talking healing, deep healing. We start to release mass chemicals. Either way, the power of the four, what happens is when somebody does those four regularly, they create a system where they become bulletproof in life. Does that make sense? Just give me some yeses. Now, the problem is if somebody says the foundation of it all is sleep, if someone just says go sleep more, if someone's stressed and hyper burnt out, we can't just sleep all the time, because if we're waking up at 2 o'clock in the morning stressed, that's chemical reactions that we need to take care of. Boom, breath. So we start breathing and transcending every day. Guess what? We instantly start sleeping better. Jennifer, would you agree? Start breathing and transcending. We go from 2 hours a night sleep to 8, to 9, to 10, because the body's now in that healing space of becoming more, expanding. Does that make sense? I feel like there's going to be a chat here coming from Jennifer. Oh, wow. 12 hours sleep. Jennifer, we're now pushing the bar. Well, we're going to start going for 24 soon. That's amazing, though. It's good to see your body going through it. It's good to see your mind going through it. That is beautiful. Mind you, Jennifer, what did you used to sleep before you started doing this work? What did you used to sleep? 3 hours a night. So Jennifer's gone from 3 hours a night to now being able to sleep, to being able to sleep 12, let alone sleeping 12. And 12 is a lot. 12 is like now outside of the boundary. But if your body needs it, your body knows, and your body will do it. That's the main point. Breath, this is that thing of like, and I appreciate some people like, you need to have diet, you need to have exercise. Yes, they are all important. They are all important in the ecosystem of life. But breath, transcendence is our fastest path to being able to drive someone into a state of expansion, a state of growth. At that point, we can now start doing the mental work. Does that make sense? Just to be clear, does that make sense? If you put someone through, and we'll talk about this tomorrow, 8 weeks, 12 weeks of breath work, transcendence for those, especially those who want to come to the advanced levels. If you go deep into those levels, what happens is there's a point where the body goes, I'm now safe enough to start doing the work, and they will start asking questions. They will start seeking the answers. Does that make sense? Where what you'll find is coaching drives people into the answers and forces them there. A lot of breath work drives people into, I'm just going to give you that somatic release and then leave you. The balance of all and both now are the answer to the ecosystem of transformation. Time, work, consistency. I would say, if anything, there'd be three levels of work you'd put someone through. Level one would be to create safety in the brain and body for any human being. Create safety in the brain and body. And do you know why? Most people are insecure. Most people go to work, I don't care how pretty they are, how tall they are, how thin they are, how big they are, how strong they are, how weak they are. It doesn't matter. You've got people who are like models walking on treadmills, and they have to wear certain clothes because if they don't, they will feel like they're judged. They will walk a certain way because they feel like they're judged. We all have it. Everyone has it. If we stabilize the system first, and this is what I recommend, we'll talk about it tomorrow, giving it away for free. If you can help people stabilize, they will naturally seek the next level, the next step. Does that make sense, fam? And the next step is, how do I now become the person I want to be? This is now relationship coaching, parenting coaching. This is now where we can start to do the work. So just keep in mind, when we're breathing, we're either choosing calming or we're choosing activation. Our goal is that, can we get a person where they can do both, unless there's a disorder that stops them from that? Our goal, let me check now. Jennifer, just to check, it's been a couple of months now. Are you now able to do the activation breathing? Where are you at? Because when we first started, it was like, let's just chill the activation breathing, calm yourself first. Thank you for that, Tanisha. Is it Tanisha? Tanisha, yes. Team, I'll just send you that. It was sent to me. There you are, team. Back to my chat. Cool. So we've gone from not being able to do it at all to now we're doing 50%. Amazing, right? And this is that growth. Yeah, in 6 months, it'll be a little bit more, or it might be the same but longer. Right? How long? What's the longest you've been able to do the breath for now? And we'll have the advance come up in I think in a month or two, where we'll then go for another 60-minute, 90-minute journey. What's your longest that you've been able to do now, the actual 50% of one round? This is going to be a number. This is going to be cool. Wow, the whole time. So you've done like 90-second journeys now. Wow, shit. Yeah, give us some. See what I mean? Like, this is the growth of transformation isn't about everyone being the best and the greatest. The growth of transformation is about every individual understanding their capacity and just slowly expanding it, just slowly increasing it. This is change. This is transformation. Good work, fam. All right. Now just to double check. So for tomorrow, we're going to start doing breath holds. With today's session, we're finishing up with today's session. How many people found that the 60 seconds of was good? So type G if it was good, you had it sorted, G, and type B if it was like, I don't really know. It was a bit of a stretch. G, good, okay, good, good, good. G and B's. G and B's. That's it, baby. G and B's. Okay, cool. So G's. If we're G's, tomorrow we're doing a breath hold. So tomorrow we'll do breath holds. And then tomorrow we'll test breath holds, and then next day we'll see if we could push the breath holds. Today is a big one. So today we're going to go through how to bulletproof yourself against the future. One of the biggest things that's happening in the world at the moment, and we kind of predicted this maybe about 3-4 years ago, and that is, information is getting to a point where it will be $0 to gain any form of information on the planet. That is the power of this script. Being able to use this script bypasses information and goes straight through to, how do you feel something? How do you experience something? How do you have the taste of something, the full depth of an experience of transformation, and then use that to be able to create change in the world? This is different. So once upon a time, information, just to buy a book, was the cost of a house. Over time, that's decreased as information has become more available um, between libraries, between then Google. Now with AI, it's getting to a point where anyone can learn any modality. If somebody wants to be a relationship coach, and we're out there saying, cool, here's 5 steps, 5 structures to be able to increase the quality of your relationship, to become a conscious parent. Here's the 3 fundamentals to being a conscious parenting. Here's the strategy to being a conscious parent. What's happening is AI is ripping through that information. So what does that mean for us? Anyone who goes out and puts posts out, goes live on social media, shares information, shares knowledge, that is now being fully disrupted. Anyone who sells information, so anyone who says, come and join my 8-week program to become a conscious parent, and you will learn the how to, you'll learn the information of conscious parenting, that is being completely disrupted. Let me know in the chat if that makes sense. Give me some yeses. Only reason being is, as the example I gave you yesterday, in real time, when someone has a challenge with their partner, they're going to be able to jump in and chat with an ecosystem of knowledge, not just one person's knowledge, but an ecosystem of knowledge to be able to get the answers. So this is why when we look at breath work, and type breath in the chat, just type breath in the chat. This is why when we look at breath work is extremely powerful. Here's why. Let's say you did a live today. How many people type live in the chat? How many people want to go live? And live, just so we know we're going somewhere with this, live is your moat. Live experiences sitting there like we are now. Live experiences are your moat because that's the one thing that AI will not encroach on for a very, very long time. So if you're thinking of going live, what happens is, let's say I go live, and we used to do this a lot, right? We've made hundreds of thousands of dollars off this. For those who want to make money, just type cash in the chat if you are into making money, type biz. For those who want to make money, we've done, I don't know, countless numbers of lives, hundreds of lives, where I'll go live and I'll deliver information. Here's some structures, here's some strategies, here's some language patterns, here's how you communicate better with your partner, here's how you overcome, triggers, so then you're not triggered by your children, your partner. And then at the end of that live or during that live, it'd be like, if anybody wants more information about this, comment relationships, comment parenting, comment structure, comment NLP, comment coaching, comment breath. Does that make sense? Give me some yeses if that makes sense. And on the back of that, we would book calls and we would make 5, 10, 20, 30, $50,000 off those live videos. Those videos are in a lot of trouble because those videos are based on information. And secondly, the transmission of that knowledge isn't a deep somatic feeling. It's content. So let's say Susie is sitting there and she's listening to that content. She's like, oh, this is really cool. I'm learning a lot, but I don't implement it because I haven't tasted it in my body. I haven't felt it in my body. I haven't tried it. I'm just learning it. Does this make sense? The actual experience of that isn't that deep. Yet, with this script that you learned today, if you sit there with one person, 10 people, 100 people, 1,000 people, 10,000 people, no matter how many people you sit there with, you will give everyone who does this in real time with you in the moment a feeling, a somatic release, a shift in who they are there and then. Does that make sense? So the power of breath over even Reiki, mediumship, over so many things that AI won't be able to approach on, the power of breath work, and the reason why we give you this breath work, the power of breath work is the fact that we can give every single person that we put this through in real time a feeling. Now, guess what? Let's say I'm Susie's client, right? And she's sitting there doing that live session. She talks about what the breath is. She gives us that little bit of information just so I understand it. And then she tells me what we're about to go through. And then I sit there with her and I watch her live. I see her mannerisms. I see the way she speaks. I see the stumbling in her words because we're live. We're starting to create connection with that. Why? Because we realize it's not fake. We realize it's not AI. So we're starting to look for the imperfections. So I'm sitting there and I'm watching this and I'm like, guess what? Watching this live, you must know your stuff. You're not reading a script. Your eyes are looking here and they're looking there, and you're not just reading, and I'm not watching your eyes go down a script. We're starting to see that somebody's embodied this information, this knowledge. Firstly, does that make sense? Give me some yeses. The second part is when I hear her voice, And when the thousands of people, tens of thousands of people that hear us, actually hundreds of thousands, hear the voice of you speaking, we're now creating an anchor. Mirror neurons are firing off. We're creating this connection that when I drop deep and I have that feeling of safety and I connect with this regulation and I feel the feeling and I come out of that experience and I open my eyes and I smile, maybe a tear drops because I've just felt so calm that I haven't felt in years. Guess who I'm connecting that feeling with? You. You, because you're delivering the power of it. That's the power of this over information. Information can't give the depth of experience in real time that this does. One more time, let me know if that makes sense. That's the power of where we're heading. This is why we lead with breath work. Even meditation has so, like, the depth of science behind meditation over breath work is insane right now. Yet even meditation, for someone to go through the depths of experience from meditation, remember, breath work is instant somatic feeling. We create the fastest shifts in the body with breath. Over long-term, meditation can deliver more profound results, outcomes, experiences, but the short term, in real time, when if I sit here and I'm like, I'm currently feeling anxious, I'm currently feeling stressed, and then I listen to your voice and then I go through that process in real time, you're helping me. So we're already creating that connection of outcome. So by the time you sit there and say, do you want to go deeper? Do you want to learn advanced models? Does this make sense? Guess who they're already linking that yes to? You. So what's happening is in the current state of play, and before we quickly jump into our session today where we do the full kit, what's happening is when we look at things like NLP, neuro-linguistic programming, coaching, um, relationship coaching, parenting coaching, career coaching, the baseline of those models are getting ripped apart by AI. And when I say ripped apart, I don't mean that in a negative way, but it just means that when someone goes to learn the frameworks, those frameworks are becoming a part of that system. And humans are now seeking that system more than their therapist, than their coach. Why? Because it's there real time, all the time. Hey, I need to write a resume. What's the best way for me to get the job? What's the best way for me to be a conscious parent? What even is a conscious parent? Not Google anymore. Not like sometimes YouTube, yes, but it's like, what is a conscious parent? And people are flocking because they're getting real-time answers. It's very hard for humans to compete with that. So what do we need to bring? We need to step beyond it, go above it, and go, cool. I will show you and I will support you in feeling becoming the conscious parent. Does that make sense? Becoming that person who attracts the relationship we want. This is now cool. How do we relax the nervous system? How do we start to settle the triggers? How do we start to work on the mind? This is now the ecosystem we're walking into. So, does that make sense? One more time. Quick one. Yeses. All right. So today's script is about going beyond just breath, beyond calming. Why? Because again, AI and many other people are out there just delivering calming experiences. We need to go beyond it. Why? Because that's what keeps us relevant as humans inside this ecosystem of the world we live in, especially for the next 2, 3, 5 years, even 10 years. Tomorrow, we're going to go through then the depth of a complete system of how we activate, transform, integrate, so then we can actually start to really help people become the person they want to be. Today, though, is about the full hit of breath work. So today we're going to go through how do we calm the system? How do we regulate the system? Remember, this is outside of anyone for the start here, pregnant, heart issues, glaucoma, they've got epilepsy, any form of something that activation could impede on, we're not going there. But for the normal person looking to be able to go, how do I handle stress more? How do I handle the triggers in life? How do I not get so angry at my partner? How do I stop, snapping at the kids? When we're looking at those parts of life, which is most of humanity, right? Agreed, right? Everybody's had a moment with their kids where it's like, what? Just type kids in the chat if you've ever had it, right? I've watched, man, just to give you an example of information, of thinking work opposed to body work. Big growth of experiences, as in like I go through one big session and then that's it for a couple of months. The difference is you see someone go to a retreat on a weekend and they have a lot of journaling, they have maybe a couple of meditations, but they don't really do the deep inner work. Does this make sense? Just give me some yeses. And they feel good for the next few days. They actually walk out like someone does transcendence. The first time they do transcendence, this is the biggest feedback we get from the tens of thousands of people that have been through and experienced, watched this model, is for the next 2 to 3 hours after the first session, 2 to 3, 4 hours, they're completely bulletproof. They're walking through the house and like the kids are doing stuff that would normally piss them off, and they're like, "What the man? How am I not triggering here? Normally I'd be shouting, I'd be snapping, but my resilience, my flexibility in that zone has pushed so far that what normally would bug me doesn't bug me." Where was I going with that, fam? That person goes to that retreat, does the journaling, does the writing, learns the affirmations. 2, 3 days later, they come home. The kids snap. The kids have a breakdown. The kids have a meltdown. And that parent goes straight back into the old triggers because the system is going slowly back to its original state. Especially you throw in one late night sleep, one day of heavy stress, and we're now pressuring that central nervous system, they go straight back to the triggers. But with the consistency, and this is now your mode, with the consistency of the space that you hold as a human being, with that consistency of helping people daily, weekly, what happens is they create this level of resilience that pushes far beyond what they're currently capable of. At that point, now we can start working on the mind, just as an FYI. And we'll talk more about this tomorrow. Today's all about the script. So today's process that we're about to jump into in a moment is we're going to do calm breathing first. We start off with our 4-4-6. So breathe in the nose for 4, hold for 4, out the mouth for 6. Remember, this is adding more oxygen to the brain. The slow breaths out are hitting the vagus nerve, which are then calming the body. We're calming the central nervous system. And within 2, 3, 5 minutes, we're looking at being able to create some nice stabilization there. Now, for those who have a monkey mind, just type M in the chat if you've got a monkey mind. Oh, bring on the M's. Monkey mind being that sometimes it just likes to race, it thinks about the future. This is the default mode network. What's happening? What could go wrong? What's right? What's cracking off in the world? What am I feeling here? Add a bit of stress there, and it's like boom, all over the shop. Sometimes the calm breathing doesn't crack that mode. Does that make sense? Sometimes the breathing needs a little bit more. This is why we do our circular activation breathing. So today we're doing the whole kit of circular activation breathing so you can start running scripts. How that works is we breathe in the mouth for 2 and then out for 2. Now, if someone's a beginner and they haven't tried this before, they could just breathe in like 40%. When we start to push that for a minute and a half, no matter how much they breathe, we're starting to create that CO2 intolerance that we spoke about in the last session. If somebody feels like, cool, I want to go more advanced with this, I want to push the bar a little bit more, then take your 60% breaths in, 70%. Does that make sense? Give me some yeses if that makes sense. So when we're doing the bigger breaths, what happens here is we're dropping our CO2 level, we're filling the blood with oxygen. And then what happens is we get to a point where the mind, that default mode starts to switch off. We're cracking it open. We're forcing the switch off there. Whether it's a first round, second round, or third round, we're forcing the body into a moment of presence of what's happening in the mind, what's happening in the body. Now, after we do our minute today of what we'll do is we'll take a deep breath in the nose, push the breath down, and then breathe all the way out, letting all the oxygen out. Now, at that moment, when we breathe all that oxygen out, we're going to do a hold. We're going to hold for about 30 seconds in this round. Now, 30 seconds, what we're doing there is we're now hitting the bottom and the baseline, the lowest levels of our CO2 intolerance. That's the lowest levels of CO2 in the body in this current cycle. Does this make sense? Give me some yeses. So at that point, when we breathe out, and then we stop and we settle and we hold our breath out. A normal human can hold their breath on the breath out. You could try it now and just do a quick count in your head. And mind you, at the same time, the team are going to pop the link for the script here. Just team, pop that link in the chat so people can start downloading it from the Google Drive. If you just breathe out now, most people could last 10 seconds, maybe 20 seconds if they push the bar. So if you just breathe all the way out now and just held your breath and counted to 10, most people could do about 10, 20 seconds. What happens is when we do this type of breathing and we've put the oxygen in the blood, remember we've got the Uber drivers carrying it around the body, and then we breathe all the way out, you're going to find that you could do 30 seconds easily. And what's happening there is, remember, as we drop and as we do our breath hold, we start to increase and bring forth that CO2 back in the body. And remember, that's for our tissues and our cells and our mind. That opens the floodgates for all that oxygen. Remember the alkalosis that we're going through? All that oxygen to go back into the blood, into the cells, into the tissues to start feeding the body, cleansing the body. This is where when somebody does that breath hold, they get this moment where they're like, whoa, they start to feel the flush and the flow. Does that make sense? Give me some yeses. There's a script there, so make sure you grab that script as well. And for those watching this on YouTube, on Facebook, there'll be a script around there somewhere. Now, what happens after you do that 30-second breath hold? We're then going to take a recovery breath in, and we're going to breathe it in through the nose. It'll be a deep breath in through the nose. That breath gets pushed down to the diaphragm, and then we hold. There should be, for most people, another flush there. This is now, again, feeding energy, oxygen back into the body. And then we'll calm. Breathe out the mouth and just calm. And we'll settle. We'll settle for a couple of minutes, and we'll just sit there. And what we're looking for here, as a facilitator, as someone who should go through this over and over again, as a facilitator, you want to sit there and just be aware of what's happening in your body. Be aware of what's happening in your mind. Be aware of what's happening in your neck, back of your neck, your chest, stomach, your legs, and feel where you feel the sensations. This is now, are we going there? Type transformation. Are we going there? Oh, pop transformation in the chat. T or transformation in the chat. To create transformation, to access neuroplasticity as an adult human being, so anyone over the age of 28, 30, 35, we need to fire off certain chemicals. For our coaches, we already know this. Acetylcholine, dopamine, noradrenaline. When we're firing off these chemicals, we're accessing this is change in the brain and body. This is that change where we take that information, takes a snapshot, and then when we sleep at night, it jams it into our unconscious, into our deep memory. As we do this and we go through that process, breathing, breath hold out, big breath in, we're firing off these chemicals. We're creating a beautiful concoction of chemicals in the brain and body. Just type power in the chat. Power, that creates the power of all growth that you, I, and all of us need. In that moment when we're feeling all those sensations, this is the chemicals running through the brain and body. Are we excited to feel this, by the way? We're excited to? We're going to bring it. All right. So after we do that, we're going to do 3 rounds. Again, type 3 in the chat. Type 3 in the chat. We're going to do 3 rounds. Those 3 rounds is just to crack open the mind, open up the feeling in the body, open up the transformation in the body. And then after our 3 rounds, we'll then do some calming breathing again. The calming breathing, be back to 4, 4, 6. So breathe in the nose for 4, hold for 4, out for 6. And what we're doing there is we're bringing forth the oxygen back into the body. We're starting to feed the oxygen back into the mind. Create that beautiful balance, the beautiful balance of CO2 and oxygen. So in this moment, we can really energize and feed the body and come back in a calm space. All right, we ready to go through this? Ready to do this? Let's make it rain. All righty. Team, let's get some music ready. Start playing it when you're ready. And get comfortable where you are. Find a comfortable space. For this one here, being that we're not doing any transcendence, you can do this sitting up. You can do this laying down. If you'd like to have your back rested against something, you can, a chair, a wall. If you'd like to have your legs crossed, you can. Or you can have your legs just hanging over a chair with your feet on the ground. It's totally cool. Whatever's most comfortable for you. Again, if you're pregnant, if you have a heart issue, any heart issues, epilepsy, PTSD, trauma, just know your limits and find your boundaries. If you do the breath, find your boundaries on how far you push that breath when you're breathing in for the circular activation breathing. If you do want to continue through this journey but not do that breathing, just when we do the big breathing, I invite you to just breathe in the nose for 4 or 5 and then out the mouth for 7. So just a nice breath, deep breath in through the nose and out. If you find yourself during the 60 seconds of circular activation breathing where you're feeling like you need a break, totally cool, just back to either 4 in, hold for 4, or out for 6. Just go 5 in the nose, so breathe in for 5 and then out for 7. In the nose and out for 7. Get comfortable where you are. When you're ready, slowly close your eyes. Be aware of your breath. Be aware of this moment. And just slowly breathe through the nose, in and out. And in a moment, we'll start our first round of breathing, which is breathing in the nose for 4, holding for 4, and out the mouth for 6. Starting in 3, 2, 1. Breathe in, 2, 3, 4. Hold, 2, 3, 4. And out the mouth for 6, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. In the nose, 2, 3, 4. Hold, 2, 3, 4. And out the mouth for 6, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. In, 2, 3, 4. Hold, 2, 3, 4. And out, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. In, 2, 3, 4. Hold, 2, 3, 4. And out, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. In, hold, and out. In for 4, 2, 3, 4. Hold, and out. Continue that flow, breathing in for 4, holding, and out for 6. On each breath out, feel your body relax. Feel that wave of relaxation float down your shoulders, relaxing your neck. Allowing the breath to guide you on the journey. Feeling the calm and the present in this moment. Now, in a moment, we're going to start our first round of activation breathing. Start to awaken the mind, awaken the body, and allow the music to bring you into this moment. Where we breathe in the mouth for 2 and out the mouth for 2. Cyclical breathing. Starting our first round in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. In the mouth. And out. In. Out. In. Out. In. Out. In. In, down to the diaphragm and out. In, down to the diaphragm and out. Keep it flowing. You're over halfway. Keep it going. In the mouth, out the mouth. Keep it riding. 15 seconds left. You've got this. Dance that dance. Let the breath take you. Know your limits, know your boundaries. And in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now take a deep breath in the nose. A deep breath in the nose. Push that breath down to the diaphragm, all the way down. And now breathe out the mouth. All the way out. Entering your first breath hold. Out and hold. There is no air needed. Hold. You're halfway. Hold. 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 And in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Take a recovery breath in through the nose, a recovery breath in, all the way in. Take that recovery breath in. Push that breath down to the diaphragm. Hold it. Hold it there. Hold. And breathe out the mouth. And relax. Be aware of any sensation, any vibration in the body. Breathe naturally in your own way. In the nose, calmly, gently. Be aware of the sensation. Be aware of how you feel in this moment. Breathe gently. Feel your body come back to balance. Notice how present you are in this moment. How present your mind is. How present your body is. Breathing gently, softly. As you now, in a moment, start to prepare your mind. In a moment we start our second round of circular activation breathing. Awaken your mind, your body, prepare it for the journey. And starting out. Second round in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. In, out, in, out, in, out, in, out, in, out, in, down to the diaphragm and out, in, down to the diaphragm, out. Big breaths, in and out. Know your limit, know your flow. Keep that flow going. You're halfway. Keep it up. If you need to move, move. Dance that dance. Ten seconds left. You've got this. Keep it up. We're nearly there. And in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Take a deep breath in the nose. A deep breath in the nose and push that breath down to the diaphragm, all the way down. And now breathe out the mouth. All the way out, entering your breath hold. Out and hold. There is no air needed. Feel what you feel. Hold. You're halfway. Hold. Hold. You've got this. You're nearly there. And in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Take a recovery breath in through the nose, a deep recovery breath in through the nose. Take that breath, push that breath down to the diaphragm. Hold it, and breathe out the mouth. Moving into your own space of breathing. In the nose, out the mouth. Being aware of the feelings, sensations running through your body. Take a moment to check in. Gentle, soft breaths. Feel your body move into baseline, into homeostasis, to balance. Hold this moment just for now. Moment as we move into our third and final round of circular activation breathing. Start to awaken your mind, awaken your body, prepare it for the final round. Know your limits, know your boundaries, and dance that dance. Starting our third round in 5, 4, 3, 1. Let's go. In the mouth and out. In, out, in, out. In all the way down to the diaphragm and out. In all the way down and out. In, up, in, out. Let it flow. Keep it going. In, down to the diaphragm and out. Dance that dance. You're over halfway. Keep it up. Doing great. You're doing great. Find your flow, find your rhythm. Dance the dance. 15 seconds left. You've got this. In the mouth, down and out. In and out. And in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Take a deep breath in through the nose. A deep breath in through the nose and push that breath down to the diaphragm. Push it down and then breathe out all the way out, entering your final breath hold Final breath, hold. Out and hold. There is no air needed. Feel the sensation flowing through the body. Hold. Halfway. Hold. Hold. And in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Take a deep breath in through the nose. Recovery breath in through the nose. Push that breath down to the diaphragm and hold. Hold it. And breathe out the mouth. And relax. Be aware of the feeling and the energy flowing through your body. Be aware of the sensation. Breathing gently in the nose and out the mouth. Slow breaths. Feeling the body slowly come back to balance. Holding this moment. Feeling calm, present. In a moment, we'll move into our final round of breathing. This is where we go back to breathing in the nose for 4, holding for 4, and out the mouth for 6. Starting in 3, 2, 1. Slowly breathe in the nose for 4, 2, 3, 4. Hold. 2, 3, 4. And out the mouth for 6, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. In. 2, 3, 4. Hold. 2, 3, 4. And out. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. In. Hold. And out. In the nose. Hold. And out. In. Hold. And out. Continue that flow in the nose for 4. Hold. And out. Without focusing too much on the count, just breathing in and hold, and then a slow breath out. Letting the energy flow around the body, feeling the calm, feeling the peace in this moment. Being aware of any vibrations in the body, any sensations, where they are. Just slowly breathe normally at your own pace, in the nose, out the mouth. And take this moment to be aware of how you feel now. Be aware of your mind. Be aware of what you're experiencing compared to when you first started this session. Take a moment to check in with yourself. And now finally, taking a nice deep breath in through the nose, a deep breath in all the way in. Push that breath down to the diaphragm, push it down to the diaphragm, and then out. One more breath in, deep breath in. Down to the diaphragm, and out. Just become aware of your body, become aware of your surroundings in this moment. Being aware of your hands and your feet. Wiggle your fingers, jiggle your toes. When you're ready, slowly come back into now, opening your eyes. And let us know in the chat. How do you feel? Pop it in the chat. How was that experience? How was that for you? Feeling calm, blissful, nice, beautiful. Take a moment. Very restful, nice, lovely. What you got, fam? Blaze up the chat. Blaze up the chat. Much better. Very centered, relaxed. Beautiful work. Beautiful work. Now, what I want to say, right, is just as you come back to now, you take a few moments. Very chill, floaty. Just think, like, for a lot of people, when they're not breathing properly, when I say breathing properly, getting nose breathing, getting nitric oxide, this, I know this is more advanced stuff, but when they're not getting everything from their breath that we need as human beings, you find a lot of people, that's why we yawn, right? Is for, well, outside of being tired, but when we yawn, usually it's we want to bring oxygen into the brain. So we're not getting the right amount of oxygen in the body, in the tissues, in the cells, in the mind. Then there is an imbalance. And by being able to just take that one session of 10 minutes, 20 minutes that you get to put someone through, that's enough to start resetting the system. That's enough to start opening the system up. So their system can handle more, it can do more, it can feel more, it can be more present. Now, would you agree, right? Give me a yes in the chat. Not yet, not yet. Give me a yes in the chat. Would you agree that if I sat here and just spoke about breath for 45 minutes, that you'd be like, oh, cool, I understand breath. But being able to go through a little bit of information, but then give the experience of breath, that is tenfold from what you learn and what you feel and how you feel now from that session. Does that make sense? That's the power of facilitation. So where we're moving as humanity, we're moving into the realm of implementation. It's the realm of practice. I think we've done enough now in the world where people can learn the how to, they can learn the information. You can have the best coaches, the best therapists, but if they don't apply it, if they don't go and work with people, if they don't go and give free sessions, if they don't go and put themselves out there because of their own doubt, their own fear, does this make sense? So if they don't feel safe enough within themselves, which causes them to sabotage the journey, they never get out there. This is why doing the work, you sitting with people and putting people through the processes, letting them feel the processes, this is becoming and will become the most powerful asset that we have as humans. Practice, practice, practice. So let's go through the script. Open up the script in front of you. We'll have a look through the scripts. We'll go through some key components. We'll talk through how to talk through it. And then we can start getting our practice in. Just give me a yes in the chat. Actually, type Yeah, give me a yes in the chat. If you've got your script, just give me a yes. I'm going to get mine open in front of me here. Now, there's a couple of key components with this script that we need to be extremely aware of. Just type live if you're going to be running live sessions. Type live in the chat. And after live, if you're going to do recorded sessions, as in you're going to record yourself delivering sessions, I highly recommend recording live sessions and then uploading those sessions. So recording live sessions online, cutting them down, making them sound neat. You can use AI for that. That's totally fine. But then type recording if you're going to turn them into recordings and put them on things like YouTube, Facebook, etc. Nice. See them all coming through. Good work. Now, with here, you now have a responsibility because you're getting the activation breath inside this program. That activation breath comes with its limitations, it comes with its risks, and making sure that every time you do a session like this, whether you're recording it, whether you're doing a 1 minute reel with it, or it's a 30-minute journey on YouTube or live, that you make sure one thing is known. Scroll down to the very bottom, the second last page of this script, and you'll see that this is an absolute must. So here's how you use this disclaimer. Number one, if you're doing a live session, you can read this word for word. I wouldn't read this for a recording. Does this make sense? Just to be really clear here. If you're doing a live session and you've got a group in front of you, you can read this out. And it basically says that this is important. If anybody's near water, even in a shower, but if you're near water, a pool, you do not notice how when you did your breath hold, just give me a yes in the chat. Type E in the chat if you found that 30 seconds breath hold was quite easy. As in, you're like, well, you know what, Aaron? I could have pushed that a little further. Now, I probably could have gone 35, 40. You actually did do 35 in one, but I could have gone 40, maybe 45. Just type E in the chat if you could have. Now, the problem with this type of breathing is we can create this, like for example, advanced levels. But when I do this breath hold, on average, I hold about probably 90 seconds breath hold to 2 minutes, just on average. So I'll do my breathing, and then when I do my breath out, so we're talking a breath out, 90 seconds. Anybody, just type me, anybody would like to get to those levels where you're literally doing 90-second breath holds, maybe 2-minute breath holds. That's where you can take this journey. Now, as someone who's studied freediving, and I've done a bit of freediving in my time, it is very dangerous for someone to do this type of breathing to then go in and do a breath hold in water. Why? Because it can bring on blackouts. This is where people start, when people start shaking, they do too much breathing, that can bring on the shakes, the convulsions, the discharge of emotions. And in those moments, if we lose consciousness in those moments, around water, very dangerous. So a rule of thumb, never do this near water. Give me a yes if that makes sense. See the E's, the me's, nice, beautiful work. Now, the next one is when it comes down to things like PTSD and trauma, if someone's been through a recent traumatic experience and it's still, or a very big traumatic experience in the past, and it's still felt in the body, as in we can trigger that stress response in the body. When we do that circular activation breathing, that can mimic the same breath and the same stress response as those moments. Does that make sense? Give me some yeses. This is why if somebody is in a heightened space, like in our advanced levels, we teach about 5 to 10 different activation breaths. We then have like 5 to 10 different calming breaths. We have water breath, air breath. So we've got like 30 different flows or different breaths you can use, which then turn into like 100 different flows. Now, what happens is, let's say, for example, someone's doing pranayama, they're doing breath of fire. It's like that even has the power to bring forth the feelings of PTSD, trauma. So we just want to be very careful with it. And this is why especially when you're doing things for free, recorded, online, that you're making it very known. Because I'm not sitting with the person. Let's go, Mirta's in front of me here. If I'm sitting there with her and I see her face go red and I see the difference of an emotional discharge, but I see an activation of trauma, of PTSD, I can, as a nervous system, I can see it. I can witness it. Does this make sense? AI can't do that. In real time, I can be like, cool. And I run these sessions all the time, right? When I'm running these sessions, I kid you not, like most of you today, you were sitting like this and you're like, actually, it wasn't even like moving the chest. It was just, I see people and they're like, and they're like half-second breaths, and you're watching the room, and we're 20 people, 50 people, 100 people, and second last page on the script, Serena, you're watching them and you're like, oh, cool, know your limit, breathe your breath. Remember, two in, two out. So I'm not saying Lisa, you breathe slower. I'm using my language for the group to guide that journey. Does that make sense? Now, just as an FYI, if you're doing this and someone's like, you know what, I don't care, I'm going to do the I'm not going to I'm going to oh sorry, let's go. Yeah, second last page of the script. Um, they're going to push through it anyway. That at the start, that's not our job. Even on YouTube, I could tell you if I'm running a live session on YouTube, I've been running these for 10 years, I still wouldn't do it. Why? Because it's not worth the risk of not being there in a room with someone to be able to help them through it. So just clear cut. Anyone who's experiencing this, I would say there's other ways that we can deal with PTSD. There's other ways where we can deal with trauma where we don't have to activate it to get the release. Does that make sense? I know, like in our advanced levels, once we start digging into transcendence, we start digging into other water styles of breathing, we can move the body safely into areas where they can have a release. They can enter that safety without having to literally crack open the brain with activation breathing. Just give me a yes if that makes sense. And I will say as well, if anybody is interested in, they want to go to advanced levels, um, please type advanced in the chat. And if you want to go in and learn, transcendence, get certified in transcendence as a practitioner, as advanced breath work, bring in the coaching so we can do the top-down work with the bottom up at the same time. If you do want to go there, just type advanced in the chat. I'm happy to have a chat with you. Happy to speak with you about it. The team will message you, and from the message, we can look at pathways there. It is pretty amazing. Thank you, Jennifer. It is pretty amazing. But in there, what we can then go through different realms of being able to calm the mind, center the body. Cool. So, disclaimer, read that out. If you're doing it live, I would read that out word for word. If you're doing a paid group, I would read it out word for word all the time, every time. If you're doing a recording, just as a tip, type tip in the chat. Tip, type tip in the chat. And just on socials, if anyone's typing advanced on socials, just at Aaron in it as well, just at Aaron socials, just so I can see it, and the team can see it. So quick tip, if you're doing a recording session, put this disclaimer inside your description. So either at the top of the description, middle of the description, bottom, but in the description somewhere, just put this disclaimer there. So when somebody clicks on your video to watch it, that disclaimer is there. And I will say, fam, out of all the things we do, fam, I promise you, out of all the things we do, it is looking like the best thing a human can do is deliver real experiences. AI will deliver perfect meditations, perfect breathwork sessions. Yet I don't know if you noticed this yet, type me if you've noticed this, but I know if I'm watching a video and I click to its AI, I feel differently about that video. Does that make sense? Instantly feel differently. I don't feel the connection. I don't feel like I'm connected to it. What's going to happen is when you deliver your session and you say the wrong number, you mumble something or something doesn't come out perfect, people are going to feel safer in that moment. Just as an FYI, we used to do content videos, 3 5-minute content videos, and I would practice them for like 2 3 hours, 4 hours to get them perfect. Deliver them perfect just so you could show that you're a professional. Now people want real time. Me cutting this video and putting this on YouTube, that it will be better than me going for perfection. Does that make sense? Obviously, as long as it's still professional, you've still got good audio, you've still got good visuals. In the advanced level, we go through this, like we go through how do you set things up, socials, how do you make sure that they're good so you can tick the box, but you want to make sure they're authentic. That's the big one. Me, I'm seeing them all there. Yeah, cool, perfect. Um, so just to check, so disclaimer, so on the breathwork page, So we're on the document called Free Breathwork Day 2. Just make sure we're on the same document. Team, can you make sure that? Cool. Thank you so much. So disclaimer is extremely important. And just that, can everyone see the document? The title of the document on the first page is Breathwork Guided Session Script. Just give me a yes to make sure that we can see this so we can continue on. Yeah, cool. Got it. Perfect. Yes, yes. Okay, perfect. So at least you've got the right script. Now, when we do this, right? So this script here can go from anywhere from 20 to 30 minutes on average, depending on how long you hold in each section. So anywhere from 20 to 30 minutes. As we go through this, there's always an enter into a session, and usually we enter with calming. There is then this session. So whether we're doing, for those who go advanced here and we're doing like water style breathing, where we're doing this beautiful long, man, there's some processes, just to give you an inkling, there's some process where you could do 1 to 2 breaths per minute. Now, just to give you the data here, I don't think I said this yesterday. The data for the Heart Math Institute is if, and this is what the science is showing, if a person does about 5.5 breaths per minute, we start to create brain-heart coherence. This is why the 4-4-6 at the start is so powerful. This is linking brain-heart coherence. So just doing that breath for 5 minutes a day, every day, we start to create this beautiful balance and calm in the body. Anyone think that's cool? Just type cool in the chat if you think it's cool. So there's places where you can go with these flows where you're doing like, there's some people who do 1 breath every minute. I can get to a point, I probably sit around 50 seconds to a minute for a breath cycle. This is the balancing and the stress response of this CO2 levels of how we can operate. It is pretty cool. So remember, there's always an entry and then there's a process. So the process could be activation. The process could be activation with you're setting the mind up with the oxygen to enter transcendence. It could be activation through, it could be cycles of activation. So you could do pranayama followed by circular activation, followed by like a water continuous flowing breathing, and then drop deep into a sleep. There's ways where you can move this in and around, and I wouldn't. Cool. You got this. Make sense? Yes. Let's do it. So when we open the container for the first couple of minutes is just, get comfortable, explain the posture. Now, if you're doing core breath work, just breath work, no transcendence, core breath work goes like this. You can lay down, sit up, you can stand up. Yes, you can stand up with breath work. Be very careful if you're doing breath holds with standing up. Mainly do that sitting down or laying down. But you could do like just before this session today, I was jumping up and down, just going, just bringing the oxygen, bringing the air into the body, creating just stress in the body, bringing the oxygen into the brain, just so it could be extra present. So, for example, if you're about to run a live session, you might do just a couple of big breaths beforehand. So you want to set up the environment first. Mostly laying down or sitting up is best. You can sit up with your legs crossed. Now, the cool thing about breath work is with breath work, man, as you're breathing, you can move. If you're like, oh, I'm feeling the tension in my neck, you can roll the shoulders out while you're going. Does that make sense? This is super cool compared to something like meditation where the action is to sit there as still and present as possible. So anyway, so we go through the container, just open it up, close your eyes, get comfortable, take a moment to arrive in this moment. Let's move on. So I'm now on first page, down to the bottom where we're 2 minutes in. 2 minutes in. So what we want to do here, and I just want to note here, just spend a couple of minutes here. The key word we've got there is in a moment. Just type in a moment in the chat, pop it in the chat, in a moment. So the power of in a moment when you're guiding a group in a moment means you're preparing, you're guiding them. They're putting trust in you that you're stepping them along the journey. Now, if I just said, we're going to start doing our 4-4-6 breathing, what you're going to have is some people in the group will just start breathing in for 4. Does that make sense? Some people will just start breathing in for 4, holding for 4, and out for 6. By saying in a moment, you're priming their mind, you're preparing, you're pre-framing their mind for what's about to come. Let me know if that makes sense in the chat. Yes. So in a moment, we're going to start our regular breathing in for 4, hold for 4, and out for 6. Breathing in the nose. So right now, no one's starting because I've said in a moment. Breathing in the nose for 4, holding for 4. I can now talk as long as I like because I've prepared the in the moment. Where if I just said, we're going to start our breathing in the nose for 4, holding for 4, and out for 6. You're going to have people go, and this is the confusion that facilitators don't want to bring in. Some people will start breathing in the nose for 4. They're halfway through the breath, and you're like, okay, starting in 3, 2, 1. Does that make sense? So they're halfway through their first breath while you're counting in the first breath in a moment. Is that cool? By the way, pop it in the chat. That's a big tip. Big tip is prepare everything in a moment. In a moment. You just become amazing at in a moment. In a moment, we're going to start this breath. In a moment, we're going to transition. In a moment. In a moment is a very, very powerful sequence. So in a moment, we'll start with regulating breath to build your foundation. We'll inhale. Now, I'm just going to say when you're practicing at this level, I'm not looking for perfection. Got it? I don't want perfection. Your level now is to step in and start applying, start doing. Does that make sense? Give me some yeses. Just as a tone tip though, as a tip for tone, when you read this, so in a moment, we'll start with regulating the breath to build your foundation. If you want to get really good, just type pro in the chat, type pro, P-R-O, pro in the chat. If you want to get really good, one of the best things you can do is in a moment, that helps you guide the group and have the group trust you. The second one is using your tone and gliding through the words. I will say we spend a lot more time on this in the advanced. So again, just type advanced if you do want to go deeper. But if you want to get really good at this, start using your tone. In a moment, we'll start with regulating breath to build your foundation. We'll inhale through the nose for 4. Hold for 4. Notice how I'm putting pauses. I'm putting relaxed periods in it. I'm putting calm into it. I'm not saying in a moment, we're going to start regulating our breath, right? You ready for this? We're going to regulate. If you come in too aggressive, if you come in with too much intensity, you're not matching that environment. Alrighty. So next tip. Down to let's go together. Right? Let's go together on page 1. In through the nose, 2, 3, 4. We don't say in through the nose, 1, 2, 3, 4. We start with 2. The reason why we start with 2 is the in through the nose counts as the 1. Does that make sense? Give me a yes. So in through the nose, 2, 3, 4. Hold counts as the 1, 2, 3, 4. Out through the mouth, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So the comment in counts as the 1, count. The hold counts as the 1, out counts as the 1. Now the next part, the next tip of here, one more tip with this one. One more tip is how long do you say each one for? So if you're doing 5 minutes of breathing here, so we're doing 5 minutes of just centering, calming, I would say the in through the nose, 2, 3, 4, hold, 2, 3, 4, out through the mouth, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, for about a minute. So if you're doing about 5 minutes, say that for about a minute. Then what I do is I drop the numbers because they're getting used to it. The body's getting used to it. And I say in. I then count the 4 in my mind. 2, 3, 4 in my mind. And then say hold out loud. In my mind, 2, 3, 4. Out loud, out. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in my mind. In, hold, out. Notice the tone, out. Remember, on the out breath, we're relaxing the body, out. And then I'll repeat that for another 30 seconds a minute. And then on your last one where you're doing the in, hold, out, on the way out, so you say out, you then say continue this breath. By the time you get to the in for 4, should be back on the in. Does that make sense? Continue the breath in your own time. In for 4, hold for 4, and out for 6. Let that rhythm flow. And then you stop and you sit there and you breathe with them. In for 4, hold for 4, out for 6. And you might say, there's a script here for you. Feel your heart rate begin to slow. Feel your body getting heavier, more relaxed. Now, I'm not saying feel your trauma disappear. I'm not saying feel your tension and your anxiety from the day evaporate. Does that make sense? So just we play around with a bit of hypnotherapy here. Anybody into hypnotherapy, by the way? So like we're talking like language patterns, NLP, neuro-linguistic programming. One of the greatest gifts that NLP, hypnotherapy can give you is learning how to guide the unconscious mind. So now that we're opening up the mind, we can start to use words to drive the body, to move the body. So here you would say, calm the body, feel relaxed, drop deeper. Does that make sense? If you start saying, let go of today's stresses, you're using the word stress, which can fire off stress. Does that make sense? Just give me a quick yes in the chat. You're always, especially in these sessions, you're always guiding their mind and their body. All right. So at the end of your session, as in that round, you're then moving into the next one. So here you could be in 5, 4, 3. So in a moment, just start breathing at your own natural rate. This one here is they're already breathing at their rate here. So you could say now just start breathing at your own rate, right? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Start breathing at your own rate, or don't. That's there. You can use that how you like. Now the next one though, let's play around with our circular activation breathing. So now we're on the next page and we're down at around 5 minutes in, and it's the activation cycle 1. Remember, in a moment, the gift is in a moment. In a moment, we're going to switch gears. We'll breathe in the nose for 2, in the mouth for 2, out the mouth for 2. This is continuous breathing, no pause in and no pause out. Let it flow. We're going to go for 1 minute. Fam, I recommend strongly not going over 1 minute. If you are dealing with a group and your crew, your target market, your audience, maybe fires off a little bit more with PTSD, don't even go a minute. Got it? Know your balance as a facilitator. Be as safe as you can with the people that you're working with here, especially at this level. So we're going to be going in for 2 and then out for 2, mouth breathing. Let's go. Now you could count that in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. In for 2, out for 2. So you can go in for 2, out for 2. So you could breathe with them, or you can go in for 2, out for 2. In for 2, down to the diaphragm, out for 2. Now you're only going for a minute, so you wouldn't really do that for the whole minute. Tip here, you might do that for about maybe 15, 30 seconds. If you do it for 30 seconds, by the time you stop doing this, you could sit there. Correct, Serena? Yes. Hearing your breath helps a lot. Talking them through this part, talking them through it helps a lot. Breathing with them helps a lot. So here, once you get to 30 seconds, let them know you're halfway. You're halfway. You might let them know what they're feeling. You might feel some tingling in your face. You might feel some sensations throughout your body. You're not like emotions are rising. Here, you're feeling the intensity. So just let them know to be aware of it. Don't judge it. Just keep breathing through it. You've got this. Now, did anyone just give me some yeses? Did anybody actually give me the letter E? Did you find that today the 60-second was quite easy? Like I could do 60 seconds. Like I could probably push 90 seconds. Just type E in the chat. E, seeing them come through. Nice, beautiful work. And anybody just type an N if you're like, oh, I don't know, dude. Felt very quick. Yeah, Serena felt very quick. Yes, night. And type an N if you're like, I'm not really sure. I don't know about this. Aaron, what are we doing here? Nice. All E's. Cool. Seeing these. Alrighty. So in for 2, out for 2. Keep it going. Cool. Keep your breath going. Right now, at the end of that, you can count down the last 5 seconds. With that. And now in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, take a deep breath in through the nose. That deep breath in through the nose for a couple of seconds. Push the breath down to the diaphragm and then let it out and let it go. Hold. Good sign here. Make a fist. Hold. Hold. Can everyone do that? Put your hand up. Hold. Hand up. Let me see it in the video. Hold. That's a hold. Do the hold. Empty it. Stay with it. Feel the stillness. Here you could say, just remind them. So just as a how long to do this for, you could do the breath hold anywhere, depending on the group, anywhere from 10 to 40 seconds. If you're working with a group that have done this over and over again, you can do 40 seconds. My rule of thumb, 20 to 30 seconds when you're starting out, 20 to 30 seconds. Yeah, nice. So Serena, I've done breathwork before and I found it hard to stay in sync where this was much easier. Yep. I will say one of the benefits of, and again, this is why, fam, if where we're heading, it's that ecosystem of what we do, because we certify people in coaching, because like in our advanced level, you get certified in coaching, neuro-linguistic programming, you get certified in breathwork, transcendence, because the old way was like you have to do every single one of those separately, and $50,000 later in 2 years, you're kind of in that world. Where the world's moving, because information is becoming so readily available, we can package them in. And because we have them all, we can package them together. So our facilitators, they learn NLP. So they learn how to guide language patterns really effortlessly, really smoothly. That's the strength. That's what will differentiate them from the future. So anyways, long story short, let's keep moving. So you hold, empty, take a breath in. So at the end of it, so it's a recovery breath in after the breath hold. It's a recovery breath in through the nose. Make sure it's the nose. With the nose, remember where it's a deep breath with the nose. We're firing off nitric oxide. We're filtering the oxygen. Beautiful experience. Breathe through the nose. Then it's relax. Release the breath out and it's relax. Did anybody feel really nice? Did anybody love that feeling when you breathe out and you held and your body just went woof, warm? There was just like this flow of like, wow, oh, this is cool. I don't care about dinner. I don't care about dinner. I don't care about bills. I don't care about stress, the problems with partner. Here is a moment where you're just like, wow, that's the power of this moment. And this is the power of for activation over, say, calming, or even over transcendence, is that speed in which, like within a minute, 2 minutes, we're entering that state. Just notice that, and then rest there for 1 to 2 minutes, maybe 3 minutes, depending on how advanced your group is and how much you do it. 1 to 2 minutes, though, just rest. Don't do them cyclical back to back. There's times where personally, I could do 3 minutes of 5 minutes. I do my breath hold. I breathe out 2 minutes, breath hold. I hold for like 20, 30 seconds. I could just sit there for 20, 30 seconds, slowly breathing, straight into round two. So when you get more advanced levels, you can play with your system and push that bar. All right, next one. So the next one, we're on the next page here. So we're about 9 minutes in now, approximately 9 minutes in. We now start our second round. So get ready for round two in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. In the mouth, 2, out, 2, in, out, in, out. Does that make sense? Super clear, super simple. Do that for 10, 20, 30 seconds. Breathe with them. Stay with it. You've got this. You're halfway. Emotions arise. It's safe. Trust your nervous system. Know your boundaries. Know your limits. They're great words. Know your boundaries. Know your limits. If you're seeing someone do this, it's remember, in for 2, out for 2. If Lisa, you're in front of me, so you got this. If Lisa's still doing it, it's like everybody in for 2, out for 2. Lisa's still going, Lisa, in for 2, out for 2. Do you get that? That's the facilitation side of it. Just nod, give me a yes in the chat if that makes sense. So stay with it. Let's go. It's a safe. Let's go. And now take a breath in through the nose, 3 to 5 seconds in, and then a full breath out, entering your second breath hold. Now, on your second breath hold, you're probably feeling it. Did you feel as you went first, second, third, you could push that bar a little bit more? You probably noticed that the resilience for that CO2 response is rising a little bit. So on the second one, you're 15, 30, 40 seconds. Take a recovery breath in through the nose, hold, breathe out, and breathe naturally. Rest there for another 1 to 2 minutes. Next cycle, so around 14 minutes in. In a moment, we'll start our final round. Prepare yourself. This is our deepest one. Know your limits. Starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. In, out, in, out. Exact same process, third time through. Move on. 16 minutes in, take a recovery breath in, deep breath in, hold. Now, yep, we got that. We just did that. Perfect. Now on the next page at 18 minutes, approximately 18 minutes and 30 seconds in, the landing. So what I want to say here, right? What's going to govern the length of this session is how long they do the breath holds for, is how long you do the breathing for, how long you do the relaxation for in between sets. If you have between sets where you're sitting there for 3 minutes, did anybody feel amazing sitting there for that 2, 3 minutes that we did? You know, I could have held that. Like I could have sat there for a good 3, 4, 5 minutes. If you do a 5 minute recovery between each round, you're adding 15 minutes to your cycle. Does that make sense? Just give me a yes. So depending on how long you're operating in that period is depending on how long your session's for. So if you want to run a quicker session, you have quicker rounds. If you want to prolong the session, so I will say in the advanced, we do 60 to 90 minute journeys. 60 to 90 minute journeys minimum. Now, at a 60-minute journey, you're starting to play with now different levels of breathing, breath holds. As soon as like we can do, I think there's one session in there where we do about a 30-minute 3 rounds. So each round is 10 minutes. Anyone think that's pretty freaking cool? So 30 minutes of just activation breathing. This is how you get to the point where you're doing 90-second breath holds on that breath out. Again, just type advanced, fam. If you're into it, if you're keen, just type advanced and the team will reach out and have a chat. All right, next. So the landing. So the landing in this, we then go back to 4, 4, 6 breathing. So this is now we want to center the body. I will say here, the reason why we don't do here 4, 7, 8 breathing, for anyone who's into breath work and you understand different flows, there are times where we could use 4, 7, 8 breathing, but 4, 7, 8 breathing is like a Mack truck of just dropping the body deep. It can drop real deep in that breathing. So if we're exiting a flow, we kind of want to bring the body back out of it. Does that make sense? So we want to be calm, we want to be relaxed, we want the oxygen in the brain, but we don't want to be like dropping deep, too deep. We'd rather enter deep. So we exit with 4, 4, 6 breathing. So just follow the flow for 4, 4, 6 breathing, and then give about a minute. So we're at now 21 minutes and 30 seconds in. Give a minute or two of just integration. So if you were doing transcendence, this is where we would have lead into transcendence. And there are certain flows and certain techniques to lead into transcendence. Or it might just be just sit here and be aware how you felt when you started, how you feel now, how active was your mind when you started, how is it now? So you don't say how active is it now, you just say how is it now? And what you'll find is give me a yes in the chat. How many people at the end of it you're like, man, I want to sit here for a little longer. I know we've got to go through the script, Aaron, but man, I just want to chill out a little bit more because I just feel so calm. And fam, the reason why we do this, and we'll talk about it in a moment on what you charge, how and where, but the reason why we do this and we give this away for free is because most people haven't felt this level of peace in a very long time. We're talking years, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. We've got the feedback. We've got hundreds of testimonials of people going through these processes and saying, I haven't felt this way in 20 years, 40 years. Would anybody agree that if you got that response from someone from your one free session that you ran on YouTube, on Facebook, over Zoom somewhere, that trumps any amount of money that you could make? when someone says, like we've had people who say, especially with our transcendence, when they say, I haven't left the house in years. And just after a week of doing the transcendence, they've just got up and left the house one day. We've had people saying that every time I've gone to work each day, I've hated my job, I've hated my life. But within 2-3 days of doing just the transcendence alone, they go to work and they're like, why am I'm feeling okay. It's because we're starting to regulate the system. We're starting to clear those stress responses. For me, fam, that is worth far more than any amount of money we could make. Hence why we give it away for free. We don't charge people for it. So the integration at the end, finish it and bring them out, bring them back in the room. And this is where you could have them just do a quick writing on any takeaways they've had during that session. All right, does that make sense? Give me a yes. Just quickly, the homework. You've got 2 pieces of homework. Are we ready for this? Just give me a yes. Are we ready for this? Bring it! We got 2 pieces of homework today. Piece number 1 is the team will pop a link in the chat here. And that link, whether it's in the description or the chat, there'll be a link to a YouTube video. Do that either tonight before bed or tomorrow when you wake up. So before the next session tomorrow, preferably as far as do it today if you can. So for the fam in the US, do it tonight. For the Australian NZ crew, do it today sometime or tonight even before you go to bed. This will prime you for tomorrow's session. So that's homework number 1. Are we going to do that? Give me a yes. Give me a yes in the chat. This is going to prime you for tomorrow's session. Tomorrow's session, we're going all out. We're going to bring in the whole kit, the whole session. We'll do some water breathing. We'll do air breathing. We're going to do it all. Enter into transcendence. This is going to prep us for tomorrow. Now, second piece of homework. Are you ready for this? Type me in the chat. Type me. Second piece of homework is to take this script, have it in front of you, pick up your phone and read that script. Read it. Record yourself reading that script. Oh, I see it. I see it. You got this. You could do this. Remember, we're not after perfection. We are after progress. We are after taking that step. I don't care how good it is. I don't care if you stumble. I don't care if you pause. Read the script. Just read it word for word. Just go through and read it. You don't have to obviously wait the 2 minutes, the 3 minutes. Like obviously when you're doing the 3 minutes, just resting period, just be like resting here, move on. Read the script. Then take that video, jump into the Facebook group and upload it into the Facebook group. So I can see it and I can say, you have done amazing. Well done. You've got a group of people, man, hundreds of facilitators in there now that have been through this exact same experience. When you upload it, they're going to jump in there and be like, well done, congratulations. They will support you. Fam, each other, support each other. We're not looking for the recognition, but support each other. If you see Lisa's being popped up in there, be like, Lisa, well done. Record it and upload it. How many people are doing that? Give me a yes in the chat. So actually do a HW, homework. HW in the chat. So just get the script in front of you, have it on your computer, have your phone here. You don't have to look at your phone. Just read the script. Practice, practice, practice. Practice, practice. Practice. Homework in the chat. HW. So that's where we're at. The 2 pieces of homework tonight. Number 1 is go through and do that journey on YouTube. That journey will prime you for our live session tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll be doing activation, we'll be doing water breathing, we'll be priming the mind for transcendence. And transcendence is now starting to bring the integration of this work. Remember, when we get into these states where we're firing off acetylcholine, we're firing off noradrenaline, we're firing off dopamine, when we start to enter deep rest and sleep, this is where we integrate this information. Transcendence is dropping into deep rest. It's also helping us sleep better. So then when we sleep better, guess what? We're integrating more. So this is the game. So bring it on. So tomorrow will be the full session. Tomorrow is going to be all out. I cannot wait for it. Outside of that, big love, fam. That's today. It's now time to get stuck into the homework. So when you blessings, welcome to our 3rd session. Bring it on. Bring it on. How are we doing, fam? Pop it in the comments. For the fam here hanging out live, for the fam who are catching this on in the group, pop in the comments. How are we feeling? Are we ready for this? So when we look at, right, when we look at the be and end all of how do we take breath work and how do we utilize breath work in the world to create transformation, this is it. This is the day of how do we bring it together so we can transform as many lives as possible, as quick as possible, as safe as possible, in the way where it fulfills your purpose. I know it's my purpose to be able to help people make change regardless of how you do it. So remember, information is becoming free or close to, if not the cheapest it could ever be in humanity. So if you go out there and you just teach people breath, here's how you do 4-4-6 breathing. Here is what 4-4-6 breathing does. Here is how you do 4-7-8 breathing. Here's how you do, a water breathing, which we'll talk about today, where you breathe in for 5 and out for 7. Here's how you do those processes. That doesn't create embodiment. It creates understanding. It creates intellectual knowledge. Does this make sense? Give me some yeses. That is being commoditized. AI is coming in and people can jump in and go, hey, how do I do 4-4-6 breathing? How do I do, what's the best breathing to get out of stress right now? And it's going to tell them a breathing pattern. What changes, and the power of you, the power of us, the power of all of humans at the moment is creating embodiment. So how do we sit here and help someone through the process? How do we sit here like we are now with people and do the process together, talk them through the process, guide them through the process? Does that make sense? So number one is your moat. If you want to get into breath work, if you want to get into healing, if you want to get into coaching, and give me, just type healing coaching in the chat, pop it up, pop it up, pop it up. If you want to get into that, if you want to be that in the future, in the next 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, embodiment is the new commodity. Embodiment is what's going to last. And that is sitting here together, helping people. This is why we run so many sessions now live. Why? A, we have the time to do it. AI's helped us free up a lot of the time in our life, but more, we get to do what we're most passionate about. I'll quickly say what used to happen when type biz in the chat for those who want to get into a biz. And mind you, for those who typed advanced, the team have reached out. So whether it's email, messenger, SMS, just check it and follow the next step. But for the biz, right, and type biz in the chat, biz, blah, 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 comment biz. With biz, it used to be once we started running a business with your healing practice, whether it's breath work, whether it's Reiki, whether it's massage, well, maybe not so much massage. Massage is very hands-on. But from a coaching point of view, you go from like, yeah, I want to spend 90% of my time working with people, helping people. Does that make sense? Give me a yes. I want to just spend all my time helping people. And then you kind of get in there and you realize I have to spend all my time sales, marketing, having conversations with people, chatting with people on social media, posting on social media. What's happened is now the world shifted very quickly. We're able to get a lot of that time back. So we can now spend a lot more of our time in business working with people, helping people. Why? Because we have something like AI around which can handle a lot of the admin, a lot of the marketing, a lot of the messaging sequences, a lot of like emails. It used to take 3 days. I used to spend hundreds of dollars to have one email written. It would take 3 days for one email. We can now sit there and write 15 in an hour. Does that make sense? So the world's shifting rapidly, which means we can spend more time being human. And what does that mean? Sitting with other humans and helping humans transform. So the first one's embodiment. Just type embodiment in the chat. There's two parts to embodiment. Number one is helping people embody what you preach, helping people embody breath, helping people embody the transformation. The second part of embodiment is your embodiment. So the more that we, myself included, the more you, myself, and others embody the change, the somatic feeling, living, breathing of what we preach, the more sought after you will become. It doesn't make it we make money. I know we know many coaches, many healers that are absolutely amazing at what they do. But if they're not that good at the sales and marketing, etc., then shit falls apart. That makes sense, yeah? But our embodiment is going to become more real, more sought after than ever before. We spoke about this a little bit yesterday, and that is you can tell when you're watching a video now and when it's AI. And if you're watching something for entertainment, you don't care. Personally, I don't care. I can't say this for you, but I personally, like, if I'm watching something about history and it's showing a role play of it and I'm watching it, I enjoy it. Does that make sense? But if I'm watching something where someone's teaching me how to breathe, how to change, how to have a great relationship, and I get the vibe that it's not real, does this make sense? My mirror neurons start to fire off, my electrons start to fire off. I'm like, I'll listen to it, I'll learn from it, but is it really connecting with me? Does this make sense? Give me some yeses. It's too perfect. The script is too perfect. Even I don't know about you, but even when I watch someone and you can see their eyes darting like they're reading a script, even that gives me the feeling of like, does this person really know what they're talking about? And what I think what's hard about YouTube now is YouTube is built off a lot of YouTubers that kind of just read scripts. So where this embodiment comes from is when you're sitting with someone and you're whether you're doing a live video, whether you're doing a live recording, whether you're sitting here live in person, what's going to happen is people are going to seek authenticity. And that embodiment that you have of knowing what it feels like, of knowing the processes, of practicing the processes and being able to communicate effectively these processes, not perfectly, authentically. Like you're telling the truth. You're speaking your truth with it. You're sharing the stories. You're sharing what it's like in your life. You're sharing stories about other people's lives. Does this make sense? That ability to embody your process, it doesn't matter whether it's Reiki, whether it's EFT, whether it's life coaching, whether it's NLP, breath work, whether it's meditation, transcendence, it doesn't matter. But it's the truth of how you communicate it, knowing what we're communicating. That's the power. Does that make sense? Just want to really hit that home. You can have the best breath work processes in the world, but if we're not good at doing it, if we're not good at delivering it, that will shine and there will be a gap. But if you can deliver it well, you can feel it well, man, the world is your oyster at that point. Because what's going to happen, and most likely, I can't say this as a definite, but most likely what's going to happen, especially with something like YouTube, social media, and this is where we build a lot of the following. I invite you definitely go live with the script that you learned yesterday. Go live as much as possible, teach it as much as possible, practice it as much as possible. That's the next one. But most likely what's going to happen is we're going to have this separation of content, and it's not that there will be a divide, and it's not that people will disagree with certain types of content, but what will happen is there'll be a separation. And when someone's going for growth, expansion, they will seek humans for the deeper work. Not all work, the deeper work. Does this make sense? The light work, yeah, I just had an argument with my partner. What should I say? How should I respond? My kids are currently throwing a tantrum. We're in the middle of a supermarket. What's the best thing I can do now to help my child overcome this so people don't judge me and hate me? Does this make sense? Those lighter conversations, they're going to be handled in real time, most likely already happening with AI. But the deeper work, the more human work, this is where we come into it. So when someone sits with you and you do circular activation breathing, and that's a line where AI can't cross because we're now dealing with things like PTSD, we're dealing with heart issues, we're dealing with potential trauma, people that are pregnant. AI won't go there. It'll be like, go search someone, do this with someone, look for a practitioner. Does this make sense? This is the current world we live in. Online, we will look for that. So online, we will search, and I don't know about you now, but there's certain people that I like that when I go to, whether it's business, whether it's certain breathing, I like certain people because I've created that bond, that resonance with them, that mirror neurons. Are you the same? Let me know in the chat if you're the same. This is the power of what we do. The power of breath is we can create that with here. And like I said yesterday, unlike, let's say, doing a coaching session where you kind of just help one person out of 1,000 people in a group. When we're doing breath work, we can help all people at once. So this is the power of that connection that we create. So embodiment, your embodiment, my embodiment, all of our embodiment, that's what creates that deeper step, that deeper connection. The next part is practice. So between practice and embodiment, they're going to be the two biggest things that you have as your strength in the future. Currently, more so in a year, more again in 2 years, by 5 years, embodiment and practice, that's going to be your greatest products. What does that mean? That means you helping people practice the skill set. For example, if you're helping someone in relationships as a healer, as a coach, you're helping them with the practice of having the conversations, building that neurological connection of doing the work. Breath, same thing. Sitting there with people and helping people breathe. Does this make sense? It's less about teaching them the skills, the strategies, the information, the whys, all the spiritual dogma behind it. Highly likely, people will already know that. Why? Because as soon as they have a question, they're going to ask the question. Yet the feeling and the deeper somatic feeling of this and the experience of this, that's what they're going to seek. Role playing, examples, sitting there in a group, in a community like this. I always say this, and this, I'm going to say this here, right? Just check with yourself. If you're sitting there with a recording, so it's just a recording on YouTube, you're just watching a YouTube video, you're less connected to that than you are if you're live in this room. You're live in this room now. I can see your faces, right? I can see you here. And when I see you here, guess what? If Lisa just jumped off right now, I would know Lisa left. Lisa knows that. So in the back of Lisa's brain is, I'm here, I'm committed to be here, I've chosen to be here. Does this make sense? So there's this level of connection that we have at the moment where if Lisa was watching just a YouTube clip on YouTube, guess what? I could pause it, Lisa could pause it, speed it up. She could walk away, come back. She could just walk away and not come back. And there's no real knowing of that. There's no real deeper connection of the human there. Does that make sense? Give me some yeses. Just like live in a room. When you start, and this is the biggest moat, is live in a room, live events, retreats. In that room, we've run hundreds of events in Bali, in Australia, all over the place, right? And I can tell you, whether we've got 5 people in a room or 100 people in a room, if someone wants to go to the toilet in that moment when you're in the room, they sit there holding it because they don't want to disrupt the group. There's again, we're talking about these mirror neurons, these connection points of humans connected with humans. Does this make sense? Just holler if this makes sense. So we're even more committed to be in a space when we're in a room, a live room. That is your moat as a human. Doing live videos, practicing, helping people practice. You practicing the skills. The more you practice the skills, you get better at it. And then the better you get at it, the more you can run, the more people you can help. Alrighty. Does that make sense? So just quickly, before we jump into today's flow, right? Just quickly. Now, when we look at embodiment and practice, there's a few criteria that I personally, not many people talk about inside the realm of change. And when we're talking about change, we're talking about growth, we're talking about expansion as a human being. Just to check in the chat, type expansion if you're after growth. Like you want to expand as a human being. You want to be able to handle more in life. You want to be able to handle relationship, work, kids, start a business as well. Like you want to do it all, but you know that your nervous system has to expand to be able to take this on. Just type expansion in the chat, in the comment. Now, with expansion, a lot of people think that every time I do breath, so I'm integrating expansion in that moment. Every time I do a coaching session, every time I learn a new skill, that when I learn that new skill in the moment, that's my expansion. That's actually not true. What happens is how humans grow and expand and integrate is we open doors and then we integrate into that new information. We open doors, integrate into that new information. And how this works is every time we breathe, we open the door. Every time we do transcendence, we open the door. Like transcendence cracks open the door. Every time that we learn a new skill, for example, we went through the script, learning that skill, as we read that script, we open the door. And how it works neurologically is when we experience something, for example, reading the script, going through transcendence, we fire off chemicals, acetylcholine, dopamine, noradrenaline. With these three main chemicals in particular, we access a state of neuroplasticity. When we access neuroplasticity, that's the door. Does that make sense? Give me a yes. The chemicals are the door. So you could learn anything, you could do anything. And as long as you're firing off those chemicals as an adult human being, you are opening the door of change and expansion. Where change actually happens, where transformation actually happens, is when we sleep at night and do deep non-sleep rest. Does this make sense? Are you ready? When we sleep, by doing the work, let's say we do transcendence. Transcendence cracks open the door because transcendence, again, with breath work, we're firing off just by doing those processes. We're firing off acetylcholine, dopamine, noradrenaline. When we open up our nervous system and our nervous system experiences safety at a new level, it experiences calm at a new level, peace at a new level, love at a new level, or at a level we haven't felt in a very long time. This is most of your clients. They sit there and they do the breathing. They sit in transcendence, which we'll do today, and they're sitting in that beautiful space. And in that moment, they've cracked open the chemicals, so noradrenaline, acetylcholine, dopamine, but they're also sitting there in peace and their body's tasting peace. And they come out and they have tears of joy of like, wow, you know what? I haven't felt this in years, 6 years, 10 years, 30 years, 60 years, depending on how old your client is, depending how long they've been going for. What happens is the body takes a snapshot in that moment and it says, this is the information that we need to remember. It then puts that information into the middle part of the brain. And then when we go to sleep at night, it's like floodgates. In deep sleep, it just starts jamming that information into the back of the brain. This is how we experience peace. This is our memory of peace. This is what peace is. This is how we start to train the neurological connections to access peace more in the future. This is how a person just starts sleeping better because they're calming the system. The system learns how to calm. Then when they're in sleep, their body knows how to get into the calm state to sleep in the calm state. Does this make sense? We're starting to create memories. Now, here's the crazy part. When we enter REM sleep, in REM sleep, we start to associate and link the new information that's sitting in the middle of the brain with our psyche, with who we are. We actually go through our own psychotherapy in REM sleep. Does this make sense? So when we're in REM sleep and we've tasted peace, we're starting to link that peace with old memories of your past uncomfortable memories, unhappy memories, of memories of joy, of memories of love. We're starting to link this process inside our brain and body. So guess what? When we wake up tomorrow, we now have the neurological memory of that experience. And then guess what? We do that process again. We do the breathing, we open it up. We do the transcendence, we crack open the doors, we flood the body with the chemicals. And guess what happens that night? That memory in the middle of the brain goes into the body and it says, you know what? Here's how we do peace. Remember this. We need to know this. Then we REM sleep, we start to integrate it again. And over time, we type compound in the chat, in the comment. Over time, we start to compound the memory of this. That's what you're helping your clients through. Does this make sense? Give me some big yeses if this makes sense. That's the power of transformation. When we're awake, we live our life to open the doors of who we want to become. When we sleep, we slowly become that person. Now, the better quality we sleep, there's actually in our advanced program, we teach sleep and we have, it's not mine, this is from a neuroscientist, it's called QQRT. This is how you govern how good sleep is. Type sleep if you're into sleep, by the way. Sleep is it. Sleep is the foundation of all of it. Sleep is everything. It's just pillars on top of sleep. If we don't sleep well, most things crumble in life. Or if not, it's just an uphill battle. If we sleep well, this is how we really start to prosper. Sleep, sleep, sleep seem to come through nice. Now, QQRT, that's how we, so quality, quantity, timing, and regularity, that is how we govern the quality or the ability for someone to sleep well. So if we're sleeping well, and this is how we kind of look at now the protocols of what helps a person integrate and change in life. The key protocols we use, and these are just a type science in the chat if you're into science, type spiritual if you're into spiritual, and if you're into both, type both. Bring them all up. Spiritual, science, or both. The protocols of creating rapid change inside a human being, the four main ones that are scientifically proven. Number one is the foundation is sleep. You can't even call sleep a protocol because it's not really a protocol. It is the foundation that everything sits upon. Diet, exercise, man, the data that comes behind it is insane. For example, like our cancer fighting cells, they decreased by 70% just on one night's poor sleep. You've got then our chance of accident increases by 60% just on one night's poor sleep. Sleep is one of the biggest impactors we have in life. Sleep, foundation. Now, the pillars on it, we have breath work. Why do we have breath work? Breath work is our fastest access point to changing, creating change neurologically in the body. If someone's sitting there in stress and they're saying, I'm calm, I'm relaxed, I'm okay, there's a big chance that those words aren't breaking the neurological, your somatic feeling of stress in that moment. Does that make sense? Yet breath, and I'm not saying others don't. What I'm saying is breath is one of the known fastest paths to changing it. For example, the physiological side, double breath in the nose, pause in and out. We're doing this one today. In, pause, in and out. That double breath hits the diaphragm. The diaphragm signals to the central nervous system to calm itself rapidly. You've got 4-4-6 breathing. Again, going into Heart Math Institute, doing 5.5 breaths per minute, that induces brain-heart connection, which rapidly, drastically relaxes and calms the body. Hits the vagus nerve, calms the body. So just by breathing in the nose for 4, holding for 4, and out for 6. Breathing in the nose for 4, holding for 7, out for 8. That calms the body quickly. Now, for some people, the monkey mind is too crazy that when they're doing that breathing, that it doesn't hit it because it needs more. So guess what? For a person who's not pregnant, doesn't have a heart condition, isn't suffering trauma, PTSD, epilepsy, etc., that person could do alkaline breathing. They could do circular activation breathing. And would you agree that doing 1 minute or 2 rounds of 1 minute of that circular activation breathing cracks open the transient mind? That transient mind lets go of stress. The default mode starts to switch off, which is the anxiety brain, along with others. That switches off. Then when we start doing the calm breathing, we can center quicker. So within 2, 3, 5 minutes, we're able to really access deep relaxation or rapid relaxation in the brain and body. So breath is extremely powerful. Now, transcendence, meditation, I'm going to say more so transcendence, is even more powerful, yet it's what you use when. So just type when. It's not what you do, it's when you need it. In real time, when someone's sitting in a board meeting or someone's at home and the kids are going crazy, the partner's shouting at them, in real time, a person can't just sit there and start saying a mantra in their mind and relax. If that environment is chaotic, that environment is pulling them into it. Does this make sense? Remember that central nervous system's job is to navigate the internal world with the external world. Transcendence in real time isn't the greatest tool. Breath is. Yet what happens with transcendence is when a person does transcendence 10, 15 minutes a day, 20 minutes a day for a week, a month, 6 months, 12 months, what that does is that starts to crack open the nervous system's capacity and stabilize it at new levels. So breath work can do it, although breath work, it has an ability for the nervous system to slowly come back. Actual transcendence, though, consistently, that cracks it open to higher new levels and then stabilizes at those levels. Does that make sense? Just the difference there? So transcendence over time has a far greater impact on the nervous system than currently what breath work is showing. Hence, both of them together now becomes formidable. Does this make sense? Give me some yeses. So we've got sleep foundation, breath, transcendence. And then the third one, which is now an energy booster. So let's say for the days where you do have a poor night's sleep. Anybody ever get that? Just type me in the chat. Throw me in the comment. Anybody have a poor night's sleep? I do. Maybe once a month on average, I have a poor night's sleep. That could be from stress, could be from work, doing too many things, building content, running events, plus kids, life, all of it, right? Plus we could have family up. So there's times where life just goes chaotic. Check this out. On those times when you hit that 2 o'clock in the afternoon, or you wake up feeling tired, or you need help getting to sleep, there's a process called NSDR, non-sleep deep rest, and yoga nidra. Non-sleep deep rest is the more science version for those who aren't into the spiritual side. Yoga nidra is the exact same process, yet it's more intention based from a yoga lineage. When you do that one, what that has shown is that when a person does 20 minutes of a yoga nidra, they can increase their dopamine levels by upwards of 62%. That is insane. Dopamine being our motivation chemical. If you wake up in the morning, so number one, it's some of the most deep rest that a human can access. So just laying there doing a scan of the body. When I say just a scan of the body, it's not just a scan of the body. It's a 20-minute scan of the body, 10-minute scan of the body. But what happens when someone does that yoga nidra at 2 o'clock in the afternoon? They don't reset their system. This whole thing of resetting systems and resetting nervous systems, it's not true. Like you think the word reset is to reset completely. It's not reset. What it does is they take the nervous systems back to baselines, or move the systems back to baselines as much as possible. Non-sleep deep rest helps a person really drop deep into deep, calm relaxation. Remember, there's two ways that we integrate information into the back of the brain. Way number one is sleep. Deep sleep is where it floods the back of the brain. REM sleep is where it integrates it into our psyche. The next one is when we go through non-sleep deep rest. When a person accesses extremely deep rest, that floodgate in the middle of the brain, it opens up and it starts to store things into long-term memory. This is more current science. Once upon a time, it was only sleep where we actually integrated into the person. Now it's showing that when a person and it could be just, we could be walking along a beach. Anybody like that? Just type beach in the chat. Walking along the beach, through the mountains, type mountains. Might just be through a beautiful suburb, whatever it is for you. But when we walk, we can access deep rest then. Yeah, have you ever noticed there's a point where you're walking and your kind of eyes are just darting, and then you get from one point to another and you forget how you got there? Like there's no memory of that point. Some people do it when it's driving, which is also quite dangerous. But that moment is accessing states of calm, of rest. Does this make sense? Give me some yeses. So what happens, right, is sleep is it. Sleep is where we integrate as a whole. When we're accessing states of transcendence, non-sleep deep rest, we're also starting to integrate information. Check this though. The power of breath, transcendence, and yoga nidras or non-sleep deep rest. The power of these together, check this. They help a person. So when a person can't sleep well, I think Jennifer said this the other day, sleeping 2 hours a night, 3 hours a night on average, but yet just going, hey, here's the protocols to sleep better. Turn the light. Like we have like 50 protocols to help someone sleep. Fam, I promise you, if you're living a stressed life, those protocols mean shit. They don't matter. If someone's going to bed and they're worried about kids, they've had a fight with their partner, I don't care how dim the lights are. Man, accessing sleep in that moment is tough. Do you agree? Have you ever laid there and you're like, I can't sleep. What happens when we use breath, transcendence, and yoga nidra? They instantly impact the quality of our sleep. Because as soon as we start to calm our system, we can handle life better. As we're handling life better, we sleep better. So what we're doing today in today's process, I want to give you a taste of what I would say the world needs, and if you can, give away for free. So for example, what we did yesterday with yesterday's flow, we'll talk about it after this session, what to charge, how to operate it, how to package it. We'll talk about that for a little bit. You run that. Run that if you can for free, or charge what you want to charge for sessions and doing group sessions for yesterday's. What we do today, this is what we train our advanced crew to do for free. Why? Because AI is coming in and it's taking over a lot of what the 4-4-6 breathings, the calming breathings. AI is starting to do it all. So we as humans need to up our game. It's also good because humans are forced to get, I don't know about you, but let's say for transcendence, there's a lot of companies that teach transcendence and they charge like $1,500 just to initiate people into transcendence, which is totally cool. It's been their model for, you know, a very long time. My where I feel like we're heading is the processes and the techniques that we have, it's time to start giving them away for free. Tell me if you agree in the chat. It's time for humanity to start having the experiences. But if somebody wants the embodiment, if somebody wants the transformation, if they want support over 6 weeks, 8 weeks, 12 weeks, that's what they pay for. Does this make sense? We help, and we help. That's why what we're about to go through, we say give this away for free. Then what? If you want longer journeys, we'll go for about half an hour today. But if you want to go for like an hour and 90 minutes and start accessing deep transformation within it, then people can pay. Does this make sense? That would be their level. And again, we'll go through if you just want to use the free stuff here as well. All right. So today's journey, what we're doing today's journey is we're going to start to open up different elements of breath. Now, transcendence, remember, transcendence is how we create long-term stabilization in the brain and body. So for transcendence, we use a mantra. The mantra, for those who don't have a mantra, just type me in the chat if you do have a mantra with us yet, if you've done our transcendence journey, and type an N if you haven't. Kalisa, awesome. Nice. Nice, cool. You can go through the journey again. So if you don't have one, the word that you can use today is Yona, Y-O-N-A. Yona, it is a powerful word. There is no meaning behind the word, but there is a resonance. There is a vibration. And the vibration comes from the certain letters and how they're put together to how we say it. When we say it quietly in our mind, Yona, that creates a vibration. It hits the vagus nerve. It starts to relax the vagus nerve. Mind you, we've already gone through breath work here to be able to do that as well. But basically what happens is that word with no meaning helps a person move beyond their default mode network so they can access deep rest, deep calm, and then get into pure silence, peace, and relaxation. So for our process, you can bring your own spiritual meaning. There is no spiritual meaning behind our process. Our process is using a word with no meaning to access deep rest, deep calm, turn off the default mode network so we can transcend. So what we're doing today with the elements, to be and to get people to a place where they can transcend, the easiest way is to set their mind up for it. AKA, if you sit there one morning and your mind's going crazy, you're thinking about dinner, you're thinking about the partner, you've got kids, you're just trying to navigate business, work, life, everything. There's times where the brain just doesn't want to switch off. We can force that switch off with breath. So when we use breath to access transcendence, there's certain things, again, it's not what, it's when. It's not what you do, it's when you do what you do. So for example, if we did activation breathing and then you just stopped and tried to transcend, your brain, although the mind is more transient, the brain still, like, you've got the adrenaline running through your body, you've got the acetylcholine there, you've got the dopamine there. Does this make sense? In that moment, it's like, wow, the body's like, I'm feeling really good. I'm quite alert. Yet, if we drop a person too deep, so this is maybe 4-7-8 breathing, in the nose for 4, hold for 7, out the mouth for 8. If someone did that for 10 minutes and then tried to transcend, they might be too deep into their practice that by the time they started to transcend, they just fall asleep. Does this make sense? Holler in the chat if this makes sense. Pop it in the comments, a yes. So when we start to look at being able to use breath, and just type transcend in the chat if you do want to start putting, if you want to be able to come like a practitioner, you want to put people through transcendence and do the work. I will say, just as an FYI, we give our transcendence away. Why? Because it's something that I feel like the world needs more than ever. But yet we do, again, for those who do want to join or look at joining our advanced program, we initiate you into transcendence as a practitioner. So you can take the mantras, learn how to deliver the mantras and help people through it. So again, just type advanced in the chat if you would like to add that to your arsenal of tools, along with breathwork, advanced breathwork, and everything else that goes along with the coaching, etc. Again, just type advanced in the chat, in the comment, and the team will reach out. So when we look at breath, there's two forms of breath that we can use in order to help a person access these states of transcendence. One is water breathing, and water breathing is more flow breathing, like breathing in the nose for 5 and out the mouth for 7. It's if someone needs to relax, they could use a sigh in it. So it's in the nose for 5 and then out for 7 with a ah. And that vibration's relaxing the nervous system. It's bringing the nervous system back into a homeostasis plate. So number one is like a water style, flowing style breathing. The next one is air style breathing. So air style breathing, where we're doing something like breathe in the nose, pause, breathe in and out. By in the nose, pause in, out. In the mouth, pause in the mouth, out. In the mouth, pause in the mouth, pause in the mouth, out. What happens here as we're doing these styles of breathing? It might just be very soft, shallow, low breathing in the nose, out the nose. When we do these styles of breathing, we start to add oxygen and put oxygen into the brain. So this is creating this beautiful balance of awakeness and alert. So let's say you ready? We've dropped deep, cracked open the system with activation breathing, created a transient mind, but then put someone into a space where we're starting to put the oxygen back into the brain and body, where they get this beautiful place of just plateauness. Did you feel this like on the second or third round yesterday, where the brain, you just sat there and you're like, oh, I could sit here for a couple of minutes now. Man, this is really nice. There's a state of peace. There's a state of calm. Just type yes in the chat if anyone got there. That place is where we want to get to using breath to access transcendence. To get to a place where it's like, oh, wow. And this is where someone could sit there for transcendence. And this is where we have people who could do transcendence for what someone could take a year to get into 6 months, to get into that flow. We could start doing it in the first couple of sessions. Why? Because we're setting the chemicals up in the brain and body. We're setting the body and the mind up to be able to go there, opposed to forcing someone in there. Right. So in today's flow, what we're going to do is we'll start off with our 4-4-6 breathing. In the nose for 4, hold for 4, out for 6. Then we'll go into our activation. So we're going to do 3 rounds today of activation. We're going to do 60 seconds of 2 in the mouth, 2 out the mouth, 2 in the mouth, 2 out the mouth. So 2 seconds in, 2 seconds out, 2 seconds in, 2 seconds out. After 60 seconds, we do our breath in, breathe out, and we enter our hold. We're going to hold for about 30 seconds, 40 seconds today. Got it? We're good with that? Type yes if we're good with that. Do our hold for about 30 to 40 seconds. Then we do a recovery breath in, we calm, we relax. That's 1 round. We'll do that 3 times over. Then what we're going to do is we're going to, from there, step into and then reset the body up so we can access transcendence. So we'll do water breathing. We'll slowly start breathing in the nose for 5, and then with a sigh out for 7. You do the sigh, you don't have to do the sigh. I'll guide you to do the sigh. Your call, but the job here is to re-center and re-relax the body. We're going to do that for a couple of minutes. Then we're going to open up the mind. So we're going to re-bring air back into the mind. So we'll be doing double breath in through the nose. In, out. In, out. In, out. So in the nose, pause. In the nose, out. Let me know if that makes sense. From there, we'll settle, we'll calm, and then everything will go silent. If you can be in as a silent room as possible as you can right now, this is the one time where you now want to be sitting up, legs crossed, legs on the ground, doesn't matter, but sitting up, have your back supported, not supported, whatever's now most comfortable for you. I wouldn't suggest laying down for transcendence because as we start to hit the theta levels, we don't want to drop into sleep. We want to stay in this, I'm awake, but I'm deeply relaxed. Does that make sense? Type a yes. So from here, we'll then just settle. And then you're saying in your mind the mantra. So if you've got your mantra, say your mantra. Otherwise, yona. Yona. You might breathe in the nose, yona. Breathe out, yona. You might breathe in the nose, yona. Breathe out, nothing. In the nose, yona. And what we're looking for here is over about 15 minutes. We want to get to a point where when you're saying yona, the space between yona starts to expand. And you'll notice when thoughts arise, you'll be like, oh, I'm thinking and I'm not saying the mantra. That's totally normal. Because at this point, what you want to do is you want to just be aware of thought, your thinking, and then pull yourself back and just start saying yona. Just cut the thought halfway. As soon as you're aware of the thought, cut the thought, yona, yona. And there'll be a point where you're yona, yona, thought, thought, yona, thought, thought. And that dance will happen depending how busy your mind is, depending on how deep you've gone through the breathing beforehand. There'll be a point where, though, you start saying yona, right? And it's like this yona. You might feel vibration, like this is just relaxation in the body, in your legs, hands, arms, back of the neck. But there's a point where you'll be yona, and that gap will lengthen and there'll be no thought. Yona. In your mind, quietly. You're not saying it out loud, in your mind. Yona. And all of a sudden, the mantra disappears and you just sit there. This is how you know you're on the verge of, if not accessed, transcendence. And you've transcended. Who would like to transcend today? Just type transcend in the chat. Throw it in the comments. Transcended. And then all of a sudden, you're sitting in this space where there's no thought. You're just at peace. And then you have a thought. The thought might be, oh, I've transcended. Or the thought might be, what about dinner? Or you might hear something. You might do something. And it cracks you out of that space and you start thinking again. The default mode network has been like, oh, awesome. Something I can do. And then you go, wait, caught it, come back. Yona. And you should find that you're able to drop back in just that little bit quicker now because you've already done it. The body's starting to learn it. Then guess what? When you sleep tonight, you get better. How many people, just type me, how many people, actually type YT, YT for YouTube. How many people have done the session on YouTube as your pre-work? Serena, nice, beautiful. Type YT in the comments. Seeing the hands. Nice, beautiful. Let's do this. Are we ready? I have to say, please don't do this session while driving, operating heavy machinery. If you are, skip the session and do this later. We're still going to do activation breathing. Oh, beautiful. Oh, beautiful. I see it. We're still doing activation breathing. So just as a disclaimer, and the team, just as an FYI, the team will pop the link for the manual, just for those who do need the manual for yesterday, with the disclaimer in it and everything you need. We're still doing activation breathing. So if you are pregnant, if you have a heart condition, if you suffer epilepsy, if you're currently experiencing, trauma, PTSD, just go easy, or if not, don't do the activation breath. Just do in the nose for 5, out for 7 while we do the activation breathing, just to make sure that you're okay. And again, don't do this near water or while you're walking. This session is for a sit down, lay down session. Alrighty, are we ready? Let's do this. Give me a yes in the chat if you're ready. So this session is going to be a full journey. Now, just be clear, I know for the advanced crew that are already in here and for those who are coming, we turn this into about a 1 hour journey. That's where we go. This is then the depths of where you can take someone really deep. You don't do that straight away. I wouldn't suggest doing that for free unless you've got a group who are really good. Why? Because it takes learning for the body to get there. But we can get there eventually. Now, when the music slowly starts to come on, I invite you to become aware of just where you are in this moment. And just be aware of 2 things. Number 1 is how mentally active your mind is right now. Just have awareness, and be aware of your mind and how actively aware it is. Actively awake, alert. On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being like it's absolutely insane, 1 being, nah, I'm at peace already. I've already transcended Aaron. And team, just holler when you've got the music sorted. Start playing it. Next one is just have a gauge of your body. How's your body feel right now? The emotions. You're stressed, anxious, on a scale of 1 to 10. 10 being you're in it, you're deep in it, you're feeling it, and 1 being you've already transcended. And just pop that in the comment what your number is. Just pop that in the comment. And be aware as we go on this journey, this is what we want to move through. Just on a scale of 1 to 10, how stressed we are and how relaxed we are in this moment. 10 being hyper, 1 being I've already transcended. And then when you're ready, slowly sit there, lay there. If you are laying down for this, I'll invite you to sit up when we start the transcendence section. So if you do want to lay down, you can. For the breath. When you're ready, slowly close your eyes if you haven't already. And start to gently, softly relax your mind. Relax your body. Be aware of your breath. Slowly breathing in through the nose and out the mouth. Just finding yourself centering in this moment. And now, in a moment, we'll start our first round of breathing, which is breathing in the nose for 4, holding for 4, and out the mouth for 6. Starting in 3, 2, 1. Slowly breathe in the nose. 2, 3, 4. Hold. 2, 3, 4. And out the mouth for 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. In the nose. 2, 3, 4. Hold. 2, 3, 4. And out the mouth for 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. In. 2, 3, 4. Hold. 2, 3, 4. And out. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. In. 2, 3, 4. Hold. 2, 3, 4. And out. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. In the nose. Hold. And out the mouth. In. Hold. And out. In. Hold. And out. Continue that flow for the next few moments. In for 4. Hold. And out. moment, we'll start our first round of activation breathing. So slowly awaken your mind, be aware of your body. Remember, this activation breathing is in the mouth for 2 seconds and out the mouth for 2 seconds, one continual flow. Allow your body to find the rhythm, your breath to find the rhythm. Dance with the beat. Know your limit, whether you're breathing in for 30%, 40%, or you're going 50, 60%. Just know your limit of breath, of how much breath you take in. Starting our first round of alkaline activation breathing in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. In for 2, out. In, out. In, out. In, out. In, down to the diaphragm and out. In, down to the diaphragm and out. In, down to the diaphragm and out. Keep it up, keep it flowing. You're over halfway. You've got this. Dance is dance. Let's go. 15 seconds left. You're nearly there. First round. Know your limit, know your flow. Dance that flow. Let's go. End it in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Take a deep breath in through the nose, a deep breath in through the nose, all the way in. Push that breath down to the diaphragm and breathe out the mouth, entering your breath hold. All the way out and hold. Hold. There is no air needed. Feel the feeling. Be aware of the sensations and hold. Hold it. 10 more seconds. Hold. You've got this. Hold. And in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Take a recovery breath in through the nose. Recovery breath in, all the way in, and push the breath down to the diaphragm, down to that diaphragm. Hold it, and breathe out through the mouth. Well done. Breathe now your own natural breath. Slowly in the nose, and either out the nose or out the mouth, whatever's comfortable for you. Be aware of the sensations in the body. Being aware of the presence. Just allow the body to slowly come back to balance. Breathing slowly, gently. Now starting to awaken your mind, awaken your body, as we're about to enter our second round of activation breathing. Allow your mind and body to slowly come back. Remember, 2 seconds in the mouth, 2 seconds out the mouth. Starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. In and out. In, out. In, out. In, down to the diaphragm and out. In, down to the diaphragm and out. In, all the way down and out. Keep it up. Keep it flowing. You're halfway. In, down, and out. Dance that dance. Let the music take you. In and out. Breathe. You've got this. 15 seconds left. You need to move, move. Let this flow through the body. Let's go. 5 seconds. And in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Take a deep breath in through the nose. A deep breath in through the nose. Push that breath down to the diaphragm, all the way down. And breathe out, entering your breath hold. All the way out and hold. All the way out and hold. Hold. There's no air needed. Hold. You're nearly there. Hold. You've got this. Hold. 10 seconds left. Hold. And in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Take a recovery breath in through the nose. A recovery breath all the way in. Push that breath down to the diaphragm. And breathe out through the mouth. Slowly breathing in the nose and either out the mouth or out the nose. Feel what you feel. Experience what you experience. Be aware of the sensations and the vibrations through the body. Where we activate change, activate expansion, activate presence. Taking this moment to enjoy the presence. Feeling the calm set in. And now, slowly start to awaken your mind again, awaken your body as we go through our third and final round. Remember, breathe in the mouth for 2, out the mouth for 2. Know your limit, know your boundary. This is your final round. Starting our third round in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. In and out. In, out. In, out. In, all the way down and out. In, down to the diaphragm and out. In, down to the diaphragm and out. Let it flow in and out. Keep it up, keep it going. In and out. You're over halfway. Keep it up. You're over halfway. Keep it flowing in the mouth and out. In the mouth and out. Keep it going. 15 seconds left. You've got this. Let's go in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Take a nice deep breath in through the nose. A deep breath in through the nose all the way in. Push that breath down to the diaphragm. And breathe out the mouth, entering your final breath hold. Out the mouth and hold. Hold. There is no air needed. Be aware of the sensation running through your body. Hold. You're halfway. Hold. You've got this. Hold. Hold. And in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Take a recovery breath in through the nose, a deep breath in through the nose, all the way in. Push that breath down to the diaphragm. Hold it. And breathe out through the mouth. Slowly breathe for the next few moments at your own pace. Feeling the feeling, sensations, the vibration in and around your body. into our next round of breathing. That's where we'll breathe in the nose for 5 seconds and out the mouth for 7. I invite you, as we do the breath out, if you'd like to add in a sigh like a ah. Starting in 3, 2, 1. Breathe in the nose, 2, 3, 4, 5. No pause, straight out. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. In the nose, 2, 3, 4, 5, and out. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. In the nose, 2, 3, 4, 5, and out with a sigh. In the nose and out. In the nose and out. In and out. In and out. In, continuing now with your own pace. In for 5 and out for 7. Allowing that vibration to relax your mind, relax your body, your shoulders. Feel it all just wash away. And now just breathe naturally in the nose and out the mouth for just a few moments. Find your own rhythm, your own pace. And in a moment, we'll move into our next round of breathing, which is in the nose for 2. So in the nose, pause in and out. Starting in 3, 2, 1. Breathe in, pause, in and out slowly. In, pause, in and out slowly. In the nose, pause, in and out. In the nose, pause, in and out. In, pause, in and out. Continue that flow. When you're breathing in and you take that second breath in, push that breath down to the diaphragm and out. In, pause, in, down to the diaphragm and out. Keep it going for another minute. Push those breaths down to the diaphragm. In, pause, in and out. now just slowly breathe naturally, gently at your own pace, in the nose, softly, and out the nose. Soft breaths in and out. And as the music slowly starts to fade, I invite you to bring forth in your mind's eye your mantra or the mantra Yona. Yona. Just start saying Yona at your own pace. If thoughts arise, it's totally normal. There's no judgment. Just be aware that there's a thought. Then bring your attention back to the word, your mantra, or Yona. Yona. We'll go for about 15 minutes. So take your time, allow your mind to switch off and your body to take over. I've got you. I'll see you on the other side. I'll let you know when we move on. Yona. Yona. slowly come back down into this moment, being aware of your mind, being aware of your body, being aware of how you feel, being aware of that scale of 1 to 10, where your mind is at now, where your body is at now. Take a moment, breathe slowly, gently. Being grateful for this moment, being grateful for this time. And now just become aware of your surroundings. Become aware of your hands, your feet. Start to wiggle your fingers and jiggle your toes. When you're ready, open your eyes. If you'd like to have a stretch, you can stretch your neck. Welcome back. And in the comments, let us know, how was that for you? How was that journey? How was that flow? And also in the chat, in the comment, relaxed, beautiful. Also, pop in, where did you start? So in one comment, what number did you start with, which you put in before? And where are you now? So whatever number, hyphen, and then where you are now. So sleepy. So from a 5 to a 1, nice, 6 to a 3, beautiful. 4 to a 1, 4 to a 2, 5 to a 1, wow. Wow. So this is the power of breath, right? Especially breath and transcendence. The power of breath and transcendence is you get to give people real life, real time transformation experience. Does that make sense? That's not many things on the planet can do that quickly, especially for groups. And if you do, and I invite you to eventually start working with groups as quick as possible, because groups are the quickest way you can build out what you do. Very relaxed, nearly fell asleep. Wow, Michelle, beautiful. 7 to a 1, Shannon, wow. And I will say for those who enjoyed that, if you do want to get certified in the transformational work, the advanced practitioner, the advanced breath work, please just type advanced. Happy to have a chat. And also, if anybody would like to just get initiated into the transcendence, so learn the full transcendence model, the full transcendence method, so you can use it yourself, just type initiate or initiation in the chat. Pop that in the comment, and next time we run a live initiation session, or next time we run an initiation session, we'll definitely send you it. So type initiation, nice, in the comments. And again, if anybody wants to be able to use this, like for us, it's walking alongside us. We do this stuff, we bring this stuff to the world. So if anybody wants to walk along with us and do this for the world and bring these skills to the planet, again, type advanced, and the team will reach out, be there. Nice, awesome, seeing them come through, perfect. So when we look at breath, right? And the question is, what can I charge for doing breath work? What can I charge for breath? With what you've learned here, so what the script you've got yesterday, you've got a few different ways you could do it. Number one is what our advanced practitioners do. They give away what we just went through then for free, and then they build a program around doing longer journeys to get really deep work over a period of 6, 8, 12 weeks. The science is 8 weeks. And for those who have written initiation, you guys will get a message, and make sure you've got your emails and you've sent your emails to the crew. Also, for those who have got advanced, make sure you've sent your emails as well to the care team in here. That way they can follow that up. So with this side of it, right? So for those who are just going here for the free model, for what we've got here, how I would look at it is I would give sessions of like just run a live session and teach people to breathe for 5 minutes, doing 4-6 breathing. Let them have a taste of it. And then if you want a full session, if you want to come to a full session, a full experience, they could pay $20. You could have a group of 5 people, 10 people paying $20. If you want to, if you're brazen enough, $50 a session. So if you get 10 people paying $50, that's $500 a session. You could do that straight away. And then in the full session, you run the full script. You go through 4-4-6 breathing, then you do 3 rounds of 2 seconds in the mouth, 2 seconds out, with your about 30-second breath hold. You do that for about 30 minutes, 20, 30 minutes, and that's easily worth $50 to $200 for a person to sit in, especially in a small group, 5, 10 people. Amazing. Who thinks they could do that? Give me a yes in the chat. Who thinks they could do that? Yep. Bring it. So that's a good way to start. For our advanced stuff, for the people, for the crew in the advanced, and for the people wanting to come through the advanced, difference would be you could charge $100, $200 per person per session. Like we're doing like a 1 hour journey, 2 hour journey, 90-minute journey. You could easily charge $100, $200 per person. Um, I have many friends, we have many clients. We have one person who they get paid $500 for a session. Um, so it's definitely doable, definitely achievable. Depending, it's now it all depends on the amount of transformation you can bring. It's also your audience as well. So find your dance there, whether you want to charge 20, 50, or you want to go more, you want to charge 100, 200. It all works. It all works. It just depends on where you're at and what you're comfortable with mainly. Starting out, I would say if you walked out tomorrow and you're like, Aaron, I want to put 5 people, want to get 5 colleagues, you think $20, you could easily charge $20. You make it $100, bang. Who thinks that's pretty cool? Pretty cool. You could do that weekly. You could run it weekly. I know many people who run it weekly. Just run a weekly session every week. It's $20 per person. Then they make an extra $400-500 a month. Just income. Just they make extra just by running some cool free breathwork sessions. And what's cool about, I'll just say before we finish up, what's cool about breathwork and transcendence is something you can do in that moment with them. So it's a beautiful experience being able to sit there. Let's say you did transcendence. So we have clients where they just do transcendence, right? That's what they like. Transcendence is their thing. And they charge, $200, $300 per person to come through a session. Remember, like people charge $500, $1,000 just to initiate people into transcendence. So you think about the scale you can and the scale of transformation you can give someone over 8 weeks, let alone a couple of days. Like we're talking deep, deep work. Does that make sense? Give me some yeses if that makes sense. Um, and for holding the space, sitting on Zoom, doing your thing, it is well and truly yes, 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 cool. It's well and truly worth it. Now, just to get certified, so who's ready? Say yeah, type cert in the chat, bring on the certs. To get certified, there'll be an email sent out shortly. That email will have a link in there to access an online portal. So you just go to the online portal, you'll click through, register or enroll with the online component, and just tick a couple of boxes and make sure you've done your video. So upload your session. How many people type yes in the chat? How many people? You've still got your video to do. You've got a couple of days to do this. This cohort will be shut down in a couple of days. So you got a couple of days to get your video done, get the script out, read the script, get the script out, read the script, get the script out, read the script. Still need to do it nice. Just look, don't even worry about the phone. Just turn your phone on, read the script, upload it. You see people being there being like, well done, congratulations, you did an amazing job. Remember, there's hundreds that have been through here already. Um, so we look forward to welcoming you into the recorded video crew. So bring that on, get your video done, jump into the online portal, and then you will be able to access your certificate. If you don't make it in through this round, hopefully we run another one soon, and then you could jump into that cycle if you miss this one. All right, fam. Outside of that, I hope you've had a great time. You've now got the script. You understand the Bohr effect. You understand breathing. We've got the Heart Math Institute with the 5.5 breaths per minute. You've been able to taste what it's like to go through really nice transformation, embodiment. I will say one thing I will leave you with is the more you grow and expand, the more you go and expand, the more you help. So how usually practitioner works, master practitioner, becoming trainers, becoming however far you want to go in the world. But so if you want to go help people at a normal baseline practitioner level, you do want to learn master skills. Why? Because the better you get at your skills, the easier it is to teach and support people there. And that goes for the journey. So then you want to become masters, cool. Well, become a speaker, become someone who can deliver this content in front of large audiences. That's going to help then the delivery of these master skills. Work with a lot of people, work with as many people as possible, get as much experience as possible. Remember, we're moving into the embodiment phase, and the embodiment phase means, can I own this? Do I know this within myself? So when you speak with people, you communicate with people, you put people through these processes, you already know the body. You already know the experience yourself. Does that make sense? One more time. Does that make sense? It's embodiment and practice. That's it. Embodiment and practice all day, every day. Embodiment, practice. For those who are jumping into the advanced or already have, welcome. I can't wait to see you at our next training. We'll be running an advanced training soon. And in that advanced training, we will do 1 hour, 90-minute journeys. That's going to be super cool too. So big love to you, fam. Be well. Outside of that, I hope to see you in one of the upcoming sessions. We'll run an initiation. We've got the other live sessions that we're running. Remember, the more you practice, regardless of what you do, whatever modality you choose to take into the world, the more you practice, the better you get. That's it. That's the main thing. All right, fam. Be well. Big love to you, and I cannot wait to see you soon. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. And big love to the team, by the way. Big love to the team. Just give them some big high fives. Big high fives to the team. Absolutely amazing. Thank you so much. You'll get an email soon, and please give us some feedback in there, and also you can leave some comments and stuff. So big love, be well, be well, be well, and okay.